Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of Slay the Princess. Now I'll be honest, due entirely to my own fault, I was actually running a bit short on time just now, so I haven't actually run all the checks that I'm supposed to before I stream. But hopefully we'll be good. I have no reason to believe we're going to have any problems. Regarding the game, of course, we've slowly been making our way through the different routes and encountering all the different princesses. Some princesses that we've met before the big content update, and some new ones. Where am I looking? I'm looking for memories, aren't I? And there's 8 more left to go. So that's what I'll be concerning myself with tonight, trying to meet the remaining 8. 8 may be too much for just one stream, we'll see. And to be honest with you, I've actually forgotten what we were doing. As in, I don't remember which routes I had already prepared for. Because I remember I was doing a sort of depth first search with the different routes, where, you know, I would pick one particular choice and then I would explore that to one termination point till we got to the end, and then I would backtrack and then I would try like the next nearest route that we didn't do, and so on. I've completely forgotten my position in that whole exercise, so I don't actually remember what was next. So yep, that's gonna be fun. Self-voicing enabled. Press L2 to disable. Excuse me? Oh, I see. I didn't know that was a thing. That was just my... I have a controller plugged in, even though I'm not playing by controller. Apparently the way it was resting, it just caused that to be pressed. But okay, apparently that's a feature I didn't know about. This whole area is a bit misleading because we encountered this last stream. And when I loaded up the game earlier to take a screenshot to post on social media to say that I'm streaming, this just happened to be the first one I went for. Of course, that's not the point in the game where we're going to be continuing from, because I think we explored everything here. So the question is this save in Act 1? And if it isn't in Act 1, are there any paths that we haven't discovered yet? So let's get into it. No, I do not want to overwrite that. I want to load it. You have to pay attention here. One thing I don't like about this interface is I think it would be too easy to overwrite one of your old saves accidentally. You have to pay attention. I'm getting a sense of deja vu. Okay, this is not Act 1. But I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again? Okay. So this is Act 2. She didn't outright kill us, and we didn't outright kill her. So I think this is the path. I think we're in a position to complete the adversary from here. The only reason there's some doubt in my voice is I don't actually remember doing that. I don't remember getting that far. I remember we ended up with the spiky princess. Do you know what? I don't remember. I'm just going to throw my arms up. I know you can't see that. I'm going to throw my arms up and say, I don't remember where we are. I guess we'll just proceed from here and I'll try and work it out. And maybe we'll meet a new princess, maybe not. Hey Stray Blaze, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're having a good day.
A warning before you go any further.
Yes?
She will lie, she will cheat. He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
Oh, incidentally, if you're new to these streams, I've been doing Slay the Princess for a few streams now, and so I tend to skip dialogue that we've heard before. That dialogue that the narrator just said before about she will lie, she will cheat, and so on, that gets played not every, but almost every single time you reach this point in the game. We've heard it. In fact, it is actually plausible that we may have heard it 100 times by this point. Probably not actually that many, but we've heard it a lot. So that's why I skipped this, but this is dialogue that is more infrequent. And it's helping me try and figure out what we did in Act 1, because I've forgotten. So, Voice of the Cheated. How did we get Voice of the Cheated?
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Proceed into the cabin. Why Voice of the Cheated?
The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay, this seems to be setting us up for the Jaggedy Princess again. I don't know if we get any choice here. And did I take the blade last time, or did I not? You didn't. Okay, so should take the blade this time. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you remember. I was so confused. I don't remember what I did in Act 1 to get here. I just don't.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
She must have stabbed us, but we also managed to kill her somehow. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
Most people choose the blade in this chapter. That's why I commented on your achievement last stream. Oh right, when we ended up in the following the route which led to us being killed over and over and over and over again. That achievement.
Scraping? She's not even trying to hide her knife. It's like she wants to get in our head. That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice. Yeah, she thinks she's better than us, like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Yeah, I know what your plan is, because I've been here before.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down. If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
That we
What
are.
are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Why would she be saying that? Did we try to rescue her last time and then turn on her afterwards? But then she managed to kill us anyway? If I come close to you, you're just going to stab me, aren't you? Or do you remember what happened last time? Or I know you have a knife. I'll let you out of here if you drop it. Or I'd like to trust you, but you're being so suspicious right now. Or can we just talk things through? Or I don't have the key. Or we killed each other last time. I'd rather not do that again. Or look, I know that you're mad at me, but I think we both need to let bygones be bygones. Or what happened after you died last time? Or if we're both honest with each other, I was sent here to stop you from ending the world, and you killed me last time after coming back from being stabbed in the heart. Oh, that's what happened. Did we go down there, kill her immediately, but she didn't die? Yes, I think that is what happened. Nobody has to die, or, okay, what are you going to do if I let you out? Or, okay, fine, I'm coming closer to free you. You'd better not try anything. Or, yeah, I'm not trusting this. Bye, turn and leave, or slay the princess. Let's slay the princess this time. This may be another interesting choice, though. Potentially. I've forgotten if we tried that one before.
The princess falls silent, her smile unwavering as you charge across the room.
Yeah, charging's not ideal. That gives her time to prepare.
Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her back. I think we can do this. I think we can win. We just have to strike now, but make sure you keep your eyes on those hands. I don't trust her for a second.
Hands, you say?
But your focus is broken by the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat.
That expression.
Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers, at first.
At first.
Then yours.
Hee.
Ow! What did she even hit us with? You stare down at your chest and at the long, thin blade she impaled you with.
That's less than ideal.
And then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh, where the blade had been nestled just a moment ago. It's still lodged in her leg, emerging from her knee, hinging up and out of her body like some extra metallic limb.
I actually didn't know she could do that. I knew she could do that from her hands. I didn't know she could do that from her leg. Huh. I wonder how bad that is for her. Like, is that as bad as you'd expect it would be for an ordinary human being, or is she largely unaffected by it? I mean, she does appear to be bleeding, but frankly, not that much.
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
Oh, goodness me, language.
You're going to die now.
Am I? I mean, ultimately, yes, but can I take... Are you not also going to perish here?
With a twist of her knee and a painful squelch, she does just that.
Okay.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
That is suboptimal. The arms race. Okay, I like where this is going.
You're on a path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin. You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do? I feel dizzy.
Oh dear.
Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
Now, can you magic us in a better weapon, like, I don't know, an assault rifle or something?
The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
Voice of the Hunted? I don't think we got Voice of the Hunted before, did we? Didn't we get... It wasn't Voice of the Broken, was it? I think to remember it was one of the more pessimistic voices. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Good. It's better that way. Without a fight, no one can win. And if no one can win, then nothing has any meaning.
To be fair, if we're in an arms race, Voice of the Hunted and Voice of the Stubborn are top picks.
Great. So obviously you've already been here. How many times?
You can get pretty much any voice in Chapter 3. Across all the Chapter 3s, yes, but I'm thinking more specifically which voices we've got this time versus last time we were in Chapter 3. Also, it's lovely to see you, Entor. I hope you're having a wonderful day. That is last time we were following this path, or the most similar path to this, if that makes sense. The time when we kept dying over and over again. Oh, an arms race. I see. I didn't know that.
This is our third?
Could I have got smitten?
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right. That's too much responsibility.
Yes, you could have. Oh, that's a shame.
Nah, impossibly high stakes make the fight so much better.
Does it now?
Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table. A pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay, sure, you take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
You can get him here. Oh, wait, is this... How different is this gonna be? Someone made us throw our weapon out the window before, didn't they? Which I don't think they're gonna do this time. Wait, was that voice of the cheated? I think it might have been. Maybe they will.
This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp. That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually. We will win eventually. Hell, we might even win now. That's a fighting spirit I like to see. You could all learn a thing or two from this one. I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there?
If I can get smitten from here, that implies that I am not going to win first time.
You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? There isn't a door, there's just that mirror. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore. I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it.
Interesting.
If it's in our way, let's just break it and move on.
Approach the mirror.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it.
Oh, this is actually one of the most generous interpretations of the narrator here. Usually he's really quite critical of us thinking there's a mirror, but here he seems quite sympathetic.
Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising. It was never there. Just an illusion. Let's just get to the princess already. I didn't care about the mirror before, and I care about it even less now. Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Will we?
You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
How do we know it's unintentional?
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Right, how do we win this arms race? It seems to me that things could very easily go the way they did before, where she just kills us over and over and over and over again.
Hi. It looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
Is it now?
She's got another thing coming if she thinks we're going down easy again. Pride makes us dead. The only thing that matters is survival. Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once. Nothing bad has come of it yet. Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered. The past isn't real. There's only here and now.
Did we ever get to the bottom of what he meant by left worlds in ruin? Because I thought we were all inside the construction, and I thought the construction was outside the real world. So how meaningfully is a world actually being ruined?
Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
I guess I probably should have said before now that there's a body horror warning on this one. Well, since you already played the game, through. Yes, yes.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You talk with the narrator and he talks about the worlds. Okay.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us, and I'm out of ideas.
From what I would assume, he is saying the truth, that there are worlds. Right, what are our choices? We're going to fight her again, and we're going to have a stiff upper lip about it. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it, or we're going to appeal to authority, puff her up a bit. There's no reason we can't talk this out. Or we're going to unconditionally surrender. Yeah, well, if there's no conditions on that surrender, then it's pretty clear what's going to happen. Although, frankly, in her case, I don't think she'd be amenable to any conditions anyway. Oh, that's easy. I'm going to start flirting with her. Or, she assaults her arms and we don't. We're panicking. Or, she wins by killing us, right? So let's beat her to it. Or, all of these ideas are terrible. Think up something better. Flirting would get us to smitten, I'm sure. Let's go with she wins by killing us, right? So let's beat her to it.
No, that's a terrible idea. A win's a win. Screw it, we've already died twice. What's a third? A third is a third. It's bad. Who cares? Fine. You raise your blade above your head.
Oh no. I think I may have misunderstood. I think we're about to kill ourselves.
Oh, this is new. What are you going to do? Are you really going to stab yourself? Neat.
I mean, to be fair, it's untested. It might achieve something.
Then you skewer yourself. Ow. Are we still here? Can we not actually off ourselves? Boo! Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought.
Voice of the contrarian.
Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? Nah, we'd know if we died. Right? You're on it. No, you're in it. Where the hell are you?
I don't like that we died without us knowing it. This really, really blurs some lines that I prefer not to be blurred. Are we still dead? Are we alive again? How are we even supposed to know the difference?
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here? This is 4.
Yes.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting. Yeah, I'll pass on that. As long as we keep moving. Who cares about getting better than her? Let's do something weird. Like, really, really weird.
Like, I'm listening. Was it arms race I did before and I just forgot? I think it probably was.
Come on, show me something new.
We're going to fight her again, and we're going to have a stiff upper lip about it. We're going to appeal to authority. We're going to unconditionally surrender. Oh, that's easy. I'm going to try flirting with her. She assaults her arms, and we don't. Or all of these ideas are terrible. I don't see this going well, but we might get the smitten out of it. Oh, that's easy. I'm going to try flirting with her. It doesn't work, and she kills you again and again and again and again. Your memory blurs as your consciousness leaps from life to life to life, holding only snippets of the conflict that transpires. Was there anything else I could have done there? Was there some path that would lead to a different ending?
Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman. She skewers you. Well, there's more.
We've heard all this before. Yeah, I do want to know.
And then everything.
Mutually assured destruction.
You're on it. Don't lose your head. We're in a cabin and
We've been here before, haven't we?
Everything feels over.
Just to check.
Yeah, no right.
She's all blades, isn't she?
Okay, fine. You make it.
You know, I thought, but I got time.
You can. Well, yeah.
Here we go.
The princess's skin.
Yeah.
She becomes a wave of blood and viscera.
No, all
Pieces of
choices
her
lead to this.
splattering against-
Okay, then I need to reload, because we've seen this before. We did this at the end of last stream. I need to go back to... here?
The interior of the cabin is almost
Is this Act
entirely
1?
bare. The air is stale and musty,
Looks like
and
Act
the
1.
floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Oh, and there are two endings, one with blade and one without blade at the end. Oh, so does that mean I shouldn't have skipped past all that? Is it worth going back and doing that again? Is it worth, if you want to 100% the game, maybe? Well, I more want to see all the princesses. No idea what achievements you have.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Let's try for the adversary this time. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated
Yep, I
by
can
an
show memories. These are our memories.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue down the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yep. Still your nerves and step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
These cobbles must have taken a while to draw.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
But if we want the adversary, we have to hesitate. Are you sure she's not armed?
I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Ah, see, that's very good signaling from the developers. We were told not to hesitate, and then she says that we're hesitating. So that there would be less chance that the player would get confused and think that, and not realise that hesitating or not hesitating is a choice.
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you in the neck. Blood sprays from the cut, your severed carotid artery painting the princess with strokes of red. You'd better finish your task quickly before you run out of time.
Wise words. We don't have long. Oh, I wonder what dying would achieve. Would that just give us would that then set us down the path to apotheosis? Or would this be a different path entirely? What is it? The tower, I think. I wonder if dying takes you to the tower, or if this is a distinct path. Finish the job. Oh, it's the razor again, okay.
With the last bit of your will, you press forward, sinking the blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh,
The two of you collapse on the floor together, rapidly bleeding out.
somehow, I thought this would turn out a little differently. But I wonder, do you really think that this was enough to stop me?
Yes.
It's like she's convinced she can't die. But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Wait, I'm back at the razor. I thought that was supposed to be...
You're on a path
The
in
adversary.
woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end.
I'm confused. The moment she gets out a blade, it's a razor. Ah, I wonder what I did wrong.
The interior of the...
Let's skip past a bit of this. Now you know to not even think about blades. Yes.
Her voice.
I was wondering if it was that.
Good. She's focus on.
And there you are. Are you here to kill?
You step.
Oh, I'm so.
She's.
I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Slay the princess.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds
Here
your
we go.
thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
Here we go. This is definitely going to take us down the path of the adversary.
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured.
Ow.
Holy shit, that hurts! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing.
Equal footing. More signposting by the developers.
Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Finish the job. Oh, I don't have either of the other two options. I suppose those correspond to paths we've already done.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now.
Anyone is standing right now. Interesting.
Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you
Suboptimal.
clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Is that the same picture we saw before when we were going down the razor path? I think it might be.
Oh,
The two of you fall to the floor.
this was fun.
Yeah, I think they are reusing the same pictures.
The princess gasps.
Or very similar
her
ones.
voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The adversary. We're here!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie.
Yeah,
she
we
will
know.
cheat.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Crystal, let's just get on with it already.
I like Voice of the Stubborn. Proceed into the cabin.
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Right, so I need to save here, don't I? Since presumably taking the blade or not is going to make a difference. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulphuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
Does she not know it's us?
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
Well, I mean, they're not exactly mutually exclusive, necessarily.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall. Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes! I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
You look different, or... So you do remember... Oh, so you do remember me. I'm actually here to free you. I'm not saying I'm not here to fight, but I think the two of us have a few things to unpack first, like how we're both still alive, or I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet, or slay the princess, or I don't know what happened to you since the last time we met, but I'm not fighting any giant demon lady. Bye, turn around and leave, or turn around and leave without saying anything. I don't know what that would do. Let's try it.
This path is already worn by travel, and has been seen by one of my many eyes. You cannot.
Let's just slay her.
Good. With a singular focus, you launch off the wet stone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess. Here we go. Let's make this count.
Oh, we'll make it count, all right.
You can feel flesh give way before a sudden impact blunts your momentum, your weapon tightly lodged in the bone of her arm. She grins at you from behind her guard.
That is deeply disturbing, to have someone enthusiastically parry your blow by using their own flesh and bone.
Pull it out. We'll try a different angle.
No, we can do this. Just keep pushing.
We're not gonna win if our weapon's stuck in her arm.
Keep pushing, unlodge the blade and attack her from a different angle. This might actually be a choice that matters. So we'll save here as well. Keep pushing.
The princess's grin widens as the two of you push against each other, her fiery eyes and masochistic glee practically lighting up the dreary cave.
Yes, you get it, don't you?
I do, or lie. I do! What are you talking about? Certainly continue pushing and lodge the blade. Silently continue pushing.
Yes, you're right. We don't even need to talk about it.
Your balance is suddenly thrown off as the princess pulls you into her knee.
This is gonna hurt.
It collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact.
Ow!
As she strikes you again, you hear the whine of straining metal, and then a snap. It would appear that she's loose.
Oh! Good.
We're fine! But you barely have enough time to notice before the princess follows up and smashes her forehead against yours.
Ow! Doesn't she have horns?
Your grip loosens from
does.
the impact, the blade still wedged in her arm as you tumble to the cold stone floor.
Could we have that back, please?
I said we're fine. I didn't say you weren't fine. I was just describing what happened.
And hooves, by the looks of it.
You might not have said as much, but you certainly implied it. It really doesn't matter. The princess glances down at the blade embedded in her arm, and with near total ignorance to pain, slides it out of its sinewy prison.
You forgot this.
Thank you.
She tosses it at your feet.
Oh, blimey, look at that tail. Aren't you jumping the gun a little here? We each died once. This doesn't mean we're immortal. Or were you being metaphorical when you said that nothing exists outside of us? There's more to the world than just this cabin. I saw trees and everything on my way here. Or don't you want to be free though? Isn't there more to life than waking up, changing the basement and fighting to death in an endless loop? Or pick up the blade and attack her again. I think we're gonna do that.
You and the princess attack each other once again, each of you dealing a single, terrible, lethal blow. Wait, does that mean we're
We're fine.
dead? Or rather, about to be dead. As your blade pierces her sternum, the princess buries her fist into the soft meat of your organs. You feel a few horrifically painful pops, a gush of fluid, and it's over. It's finally over.
The gush of fluid is concerning.
No, it's not. We're just getting started.
Yes.
But it is over. Dead is dead. I know this isn't the happiest ending for you, but you saved the entire world from ruin. There are few better endings than that.
It's always good when the voices start taking over from the narrator and manipulating the world.
Well, are you going to listen to him? Or are you going to listen to me? Get up.
Get up.
Wait, no, that can't be right. Your eyes bolt open and you push yourself back to your feet. Alive.
You better believe it.
Ha! I told you. I told you this wasn't over.
What about her? The blade went right through her heart.
She's fine.
What about her? If we're fine, then she's fine.
No, she's dead. She has to be. No!
Sorry, Mr. Narrator.
Right. We're all shit out of luck, aren't we?
Well, it's not going to go the way that you want it to.
I knew it. I told you we should all believe in her. This is perfect.
The princess rises from the ground, staggering slightly, one hand wrapped around the hilt of the blade still buried in her heart.
Could we have that back, please?
We don't even need to start over anymore, do we? Let's go again.
She pulls the weapon from her chest, barely wincing, and hurls it at your feet.
Thank you.
You know what to do.
But she came back. What's the point of fighting her if she can just do that?
Well, for the thrill of the fight, of course. This is a good thing. If she died, the fight would be over.
All of you need to settle down. This whole situation is coming dangerously close to untethering. She clearly never actually died. You just missed her heart, that's all. Oh, we just missed her heart? Oh, of course, that's all. You were the one who said we hit her heart. You were the one who said it was finally over.
I think that word untethering may actually be quite significant here. Perhaps that's construction speak for when one of the what are these even called? One of the loops gets out of hand and won't terminate.
Well, I guess I had it wrong. You guess you had it wrong? Aren't you supposed to know everything? I never said I knew everything.
Close to untethering? What's that supposed to mean? Or attack her again? I don't know if we need this save, but just in case.
With an unbreakable determination, you snatch the blade from the floor and stumble back to your feet. Both you and the princess quake with adrenaline as your eyes lock across the basement floor and share a knowing look. Free from hesitation, you close the distance, both you and the princess aiming to end each other. Your blade digs into her neck, grinding against her vertebrae as her fist connects with your body. The impact forces the air from your lungs, stars dancing in front of your eyes as you fail to keep your bearing. You both collapse to the ground before either of you has a chance to survey the damage.
And we get up.
And then we get up.
Get up.
Yes. And then you get up.
That was a good one. More.
Slay the princess.
You and the princess exchange dozens of devastating blows. Sometimes you manage to
my
strike
goodness.
first, and sometimes she tears through you before you have a chance to act. But more often than not, each of you fells the other in the same moment.
Blimey, more often than not. So more than 50% of the time, we're slaying each other at the same moment.
And then you get up and do it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
Look at her hoof. Very interesting. Seems to have 4 toes.
We're all still here. This is all going to be okay, isn't it?
A sort of compromise between a split-hoofed animal and a human foot.
Isn't it?
But he doesn't answer the voice. He'll never answer. He's gone.
What are you waiting for? I'm right here. Do you think this is... What is this place?
Oh, this ends in chapter 2.
Did we do this? Huh. I didn't think we had it in us. But I guess that stuck-up control freak was right. It's the end of the world, isn't it? It's the end of everything.
Far from it. We're still here. And she's still here too.
The princess stumbles and her body
I feel
slumps.
so... tired.
But you don't get a chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave.
She's gone.
Memory returns.
And is that... this...
Screw.
Right, so we should have another princess now, I believe. No, we don't. Why did the adversary not get added? Is the adversary not considered a vessel? She must be considered a vessel. Hang on, have I miscounted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, you're right. That's on me. Oh, there she is. Yep, I'm being completely foolish. Please ignore me. Okie doke, let's reload. Right, I don't know if this will lead to anything, but we'll give it a go. Close to untethering, what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. I shouldn't have said that. But you did say it, so it means something.
Oh, stop bickering over nothing. Our destiny is right in front of us. Pick up the blade and go to her.
Okay, fine. That is what I meant by untethering. Do you hear him rambling on about destiny? He's lost the thread, and if you lose the thread, you won't be able to save the world. And what is that supposed to mean? I don't have to answer that, and I'm not going to answer that. Why the bloody hell not? Because right now, there's still a razor-thin chance that you're able to get your act together. There are patterns of thought out there that beg to be finished, but once you finish them, that's it. They change everything. There's no going back, and if I say anything else, you're going to finish one of those thoughts.
Interesting.
What?
The princess can't die. The princess can't die. Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum. You mean like the princess can't die, don't you? Well, it's too late for that. I think we've all fought that one. Or the princess can't die. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. I'm not going to say the princess can't die. I'm not even going to think it. Or the princess can't die. The princess can die. Lie. The princess can't die. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. I guess this one. I'm not going to say the princess can't die. I'm not even going to think it.
You did think it, didn't you?
A bloody dance to
I tried, you know. I tried
last
very
forever.
hard to make this work. I don't like that resignation. Are you sure we can't just unthink it? Yes. Like I said, I'm afraid some thoughts can't be unthought. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to pour myself a stiff drink. If I'm going to see the end of everything, I'd rather not be sober.
Interesting.
So I was right. Why are all of you so glum? This is perfect, isn't it? We get to experience greatness and battle and triumph forever.
But I think it was the stubborn one who said, your destiny awaits, right? No, hold on. There has to be another way. What if we just leave her down here? What if we run away? What if we convince her not to end the world? You can't reason with her. Ending the world is her fundamental nature. It's not a decision she can flip on and off. It is her. And what exactly can't we leave her down here? Because all it would do is stall the inevitable. And what's wrong with stalling? Oh, there's plenty wrong with stalling. The end is still the end, and I'd rather face mine head on. Oh, you mopey ass. Why did you even ask us to slay her if it was going to end like this?
It didn't have to end like this.
Because it didn't have to end like this. If you don't mind, I'd rather not spend everyone's last moments arguing with you. It's time. Yes, I suppose it is. If we fight her forever, then maybe she can't end the world. Maybe everything can still work out. I guess we'll just have to see how things play out.
Don't you get it? You don't have to shuffle your feet. What comes next is going to last forever.
Join your adversary.
With an unbreakable determination, you snatch the blade from the floor and stumble back to your feet. Both you and the princess quake with adrenaline as your eyes lock across the basement floor and share a knowing look. Free from hesitation, you close the distance, both you and the princess aiming to end each other. Your blade digs into her neck, grinding against her vertebrae as her fist connects with your body. The impact forces the air from your lungs, stars dancing in front of your eyes as you fail to keep your bearing. You both collapse to the ground before either of you has a chance to survey the damage.
And then we get up.
Yes. And then you get up.
That was a good one.
Okay, I'm gonna
More.
skip past this a bit more quickly now. I think this is joined the stuff we saw before.
You and the princess exchange dozens of devastation, and then you get up and do it.
What are you waiting for? I'm right.
Yep, okay. So we've seen that before.
Nothing. It means nothing. But you
Right,
both-
let's
okay,
skip past
don't-
that. We've heard this
Right,
before.
What?
Right. The princess can't die. That's there a few times. Do I have any other option here? Lie, the princess can die.
But you did think it, didn't you?
Yeah, it looks like by the time we reach that point, there's... I can't know this for sure, but it looks very likely that by the time we reach that point, we have no meaningful choices. We're always going to end the same way. So let's go back to this point, unlodge the blade and attack her from a different angle.
You pull back on the blade's hilt, doing your best to free it from its sinewed prison. But as you tug the blade free, the princess slams you down onto her knee.
Ouch.
It collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact. And you find yourself in midair, effortlessly tossed across the room. You hit the floor, your ribs complaining painfully. You can feel the hilt in your grip. You still have your weapon. You push yourself off the ground and attack the princess, trying to bait an opening. You do your best to outplay her, slashing out and leaving red cuts in the tattered remains of her white dress. But you have little room to maneuver. For every glancing blow you manage to land, she slams you against the wall in retaliation, each impact threatening to be the last.
Oh dear.
This weak little dance isn't working. Just toughen up and overpower her. She's throwing us around like a ragdoll. I think overpowering her is a little out of the question.
Did you think you could stop me with a few cuts? All this dancing around is doing nothing but annoying me. I own this place, and I own you.
Goodness.
The princess's arm shoots forward, her palm wrapping around your head, fingers gripping your skull.
How disappointing.
She squeezes,
Oh.
the pressure unbearable as her fingers dig into your scalp. The last thing you hear is the unsettling crack of your skull, and the sickening churn of what was your grey matter.
I'm surprised we heard that last bit.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Eye of the Needle.
You're on a path in the wood. If you weren't so damned afraid of what she'd do to you, we wouldn't have died back there.
What are we going to get now? Voice of the Hunted?
Fear is good.
Yes.
Fear keeps us alive. We died because you didn't have enough of it. So what? You'd have us cower in a corner? No, but that place suits her better than it suits us. She's big. We can't hope to find holes and openings down there. We need more room if we're going to survive. Are you suggesting luring her into the woods? Do you have any idea how dangerous that would be? If you lose sight of her, if she manages to slip away, that's it. Game over for everyone, yourself included. Are you not challenging us on all the looping? Have you known about it the whole time? Are you the same one we've been talking to since the beginning? Sorry to disappoint what I'm sure must feel like a grand revelation, but that's not what's going on here. We've never met. It doesn't matter. We could go in circles forever. I don't like staying still for too long. Let's get to the cabin, see this through. It's good to know that at least one of you is still capable of reason. We may have the same destination, but we're not the same. You are still an other, and I don't trust you.
Right, let's save here. Right, we haven't talked enough about how different this place is. I wouldn't even call these woods. It's like her influence has poured out into the world. Or what if I don't agree with the plan? What if I'd rather do something else? Well, no matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. We might as well see this through. Or silently proceed to the cabin, or I've done with this, bye, turn around and leave. Silently proceed to the cabin.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up the hill at the cabin. I hope you've given serious thought to your predicament. No last advice for us? No words of warning? From what I gather, you've heard it all before. There's no use screaming into the wind. I don't know, screaming sounds pretty good right about now. I could use a little catharsis. Catharsis is for when we're finished. For now, we need to hold it out in front of us, something to chase.
I don't know why that dialogue was so quiet. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is suffocatingly tight, more of a glorified tunnel than a building. Its stone walls squeeze against your sides, leaving you no choice but to press forward. The only furniture of note is an iron altar jutting out from the wall, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. See? We have even less space than before. We need space or she'll kill us. And the only space is out there. Take it!
I guess we have to take the blade. I think. Actually, possibly not. I don't think we had a meaningful choice at this point, so I'll overwrite it. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. There's no overcoming her without it. We need every part of us to survive, and that steel claw is as much a part of us as any.
I love the way the hunted talks. Steel claw instead of dagger. He has a very primal way of looking at things, so he uses a lot of bestial language. Approach the mirror.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You do see it, right?
All we see is a damned mirror.
It's a bit grimy. Why don't we wipe it clean?
Smash it.
You bring your fist crashing down against the door leading to the basement. It swings open, scraping against the floor as it reveals the dim path ahead. Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff face. There are enough footholds that you'll be able to clamber your way to the bottom, but it will require careful effort.
I can only imagine getting back up's going to be more trouble.
The air hissing up from below is warm and wet, like the breath of an enemy locked in close quarters. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, bold and fierce and impatient, echoes from the chamber below.
Do you have more fight in you than last time? That was such a disappointing show. I know you can do better than that.
Goad her. Rile her up. If she's angry, she'll make mistakes.
Good idea. Are you sure you still want to fight?
Dead certain. Everything inside of me screams for it.
We need to get closer. She needs to see us to give chase.
Continue to the basement landing.
You've nowhere to go but down. You start the difficult journey, gripping the stone, lowering yourself foot by grueling foot. But soon, there is solid ground beneath you. Remember, every crack and crevice will need to be faster than her.
Good advice, although I'm not sure how achievable that is.
You turn to face what lies at the end of the narrow tunnel. The princess, imposing and tightly muscled, grins back at you from the darkness. Her face widens into a broad grin.
There you are, knife in hand. How thrilling. Attack me, bleed me, twist the blade in my flesh, break your bones against my body. I want a real challenge this time.
Goodness me.
We can't get that close. She'll kill us in the tight space, steel claw or not. Make her come to us, stand beyond her chains, and let her become frenzied. She'll break them. Then we run. I really don't like the sound of this. It's the only way we live.
Well, what are you waiting for? If we're gonna do this right, you can't be scared. You need to want this as much as I do. So go on. Make the first move. Don't keep me waiting.
Right, what are my choices? Let's talk a bit first. We can always fight when we're done, but I have questions. I want to know what happened after you killed me, or... Not down here. If you want me, you'll have to come and get me, or... If you want a good fight, if you really want to see me at my best, we need somewhere with more space. Or I don't... That's actually a really good idea, actually. Because she will probably recognise the truth of that statement. Why don't you want to be free? Why do you insist on fighting me to the death down here in the dark? Or, I'm not fighting you. Or step closer, stopping just outside her chains, or slay the princess. That's probably the best choice, though. Oh no, let's try the other one.
The princess scoffs.
Oh, you're up to something tricky, aren't you? You're teasing me with what I want, but I'm sick of waiting. I'm not going to let you give me another bad fight. I'm going to get what I want.
Bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward, ignoring her chains as they bend and snap.
Alright, now's the time to run.
Run. Without hesitation, you turn back the way you came and scramble up the ledge towards the tunnel entrance. As you near the top, hands desperately clawing at jagged stone, you glance back. The princess is right on your heels. She doesn't bother to scale the wall as you do, instead digging deep into the rock of the cliff face with her fingertips in her rabid pursuit.
Blimey.
Anywhere you go, I will follow.
Good, that's exactly what we want.
Good.
You reach the ledge and hoist yourself up into the tunnel, the cabin door finally in sight, at once within your grasp and infinitely distant.
What is all of this for? What's the point? You and I are always going to end in violence, so why bother to run? I know what I am. Why can't you be the same? Little bird, where do you think you're going?
Oh, I just realised. We are actually a bird man, aren't we? That's what she calls us, little bird. I don't know, that just never clicked with me before. I wasn't quite sure why that was her pet name for us.
We're almost there. Don't think about almost. We're there when we're there. And we'll take the fight with us. Your skin hums tight with adrenaline as you burst through the cabin door and roll onto the grass. You glance back at the cabin as the princess, singular in her desire to destroy you, explodes through the doorway. You are walking a dangerous path. If you waver once, it's all over. So get it right.
There's nothing left to slow me down. Do you think this is better for you? Do you think this space gives you an edge? Then show me! Show me that you've been worth all the room you've taken up in my head!
Do it. Be swift, strike true, be where she's not. Let your body move you.
Okay. What? Okay, right. So the last bit's the important bit. Let your body move you. Assuming that makes sense. I think it means act off instinct. Are you sure you want to do this? You're free now, and out here I have the upper hand, but we don't have to fight. Or you've fallen right into my trap, or slay the princess. I assume we just want to slay the princess.
You leap from the grass and bound towards the princess, keeping low.
Charging me head on? Brave and foolish.
Her body braces for impact, anticipating the clash. That's where you're both wrong. Left, now! As the princess strikes, your body swerves to the left. She overextends, stumbling as her balance shifts unexpectedly. Strike. Before you can finish the thought, you lash out, the blade slicing through her leg. She turns to swing again. Right. You move out of the way, but this time it's not quite as clean. You can feel a bruise already blooming where her elbow crashed into flesh.
Look at that tail, goodness me.
It's nothing. A scratch. Yes, it could be worse. And you managed to gift her another cut in return. I'll be damned. We're actually going to pull this off, aren't we? You just might. But don't let it get to your head. Not until it's over.
Yes, finally! This is the hole I felt in my heart. This is what I've needed. This is what I've been missing. This is how it always needed to end. Both of us giving it our all, beating and bleeding each other to death.
The two of you engage in a devastating flurry of blows, each of you wounding the other again and again. She's stronger, but you're faster, and the deeper the both of you fall into your lethal dance, the more your edge shines over hers. She's slowing down, blood pouring from wounds, splattering at her feet, leaving her weak and unsteady.
Good, good.
More! Keep going! We can't stop now! You spy an opening, but this time she's waiting for you. She lets you sink the blade deep, trapping you in place long enough to wrap you in her impenetrable arms. You're slammed to the ground.
This might be it.
Nothing! These blows are nothing to us! But her gambit wasn't enough to close the gap. It wasn't enough to kill you. She stares you down, coughing up a splash of blood as she gasps for breath.
We did it!
You've outplayed me, haven't you?
So it would seem.
Something feels wrong. Something.
And? Then what happens? She's gone. This,
Right, let's check our memories. We have the Eye of the Needle now. Excellent. Right, are there any other Should I go back to the start of chapter 3? Is there anything else interesting to do from there? We have this save here and we have this save here. It's a bit of a shame that the saves don't show which chapter they're in, really. That would be useful information. I could go down there without a blade, but I can't see that ending well.
We can try to survive without our steel claw, but you've marked us as easy prey. You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it, as if you don't see it.
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily want to go after every scene. Yeah, there's a bunch of scenes we haven't seen.
All we see is a damned mirror. It's a bit grimy. Why don't we wipe it clean? You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the floor as it reveals the dim path ahead. Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff
Well, we've heard
face.
this.
The air hissing up from below. Her voice.
Do you have
Goda,
dead?
we need to get... You've nowhere to remember every crack and crevice. You turn to face what her face droops.
I wonder
There
if we
you
can grab
are.
the knife on the way up.
But this time you don't even have that little knife. Do you think this is a joke? Do you need me to break those fragile bones again to remind you how serious this is?
She's bubbling, hot with rage. We can't get close if we want to live. But we'll be able to draw her out of here. She's hungry for us. I know I said this earlier, but I really have to stress how thin of a razor's edge you're on right now. We know the only way out is through the eye of the needle.
Interesting.
And we're going to win. We'll need the steel claw. Grab it as we leave.
Interesting, so I do have that choice.
Bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward, ignoring her chains as they bend. Run. Without hesitation, you know that...
Anywhere.
Good. You reach the ledge and hoist
What is all of this for?
steel claw. Now,
It's too late, run for the door.
you continue towards the door, vulnerable and unarmed. No, I can't let this happen. I can't let her leave with you. What are you gonna do to stop that? I don't know. You try the door and oh, what a relief. It's stuck. Bash it open. Please, you can't.
I think you forgot something.
You feel the burning pain of something long and sharp driving through your back. It slices its way into your organs until finally it exits out the other side, sticking into the wood of the door with an echoing thunk.
Ow.
She killed us with our own weapon. Great. We needed to take it. We're not dead yet. It's not over till we can't get up again.
Coward. All of this is so wrong. This isn't how things are supposed to be. This is so cold and disappointing.
Your body pinned to the door, you crane your neck to see her final approach. She is enveloped in complete lethality, and there is nothing you can do to stop her. I really didn't want it to have to end like this, but your death in here is better than her freedom.
But I thought you said that if we don't kill her, then she will destroy the world anyway.
See you all next time.
But next time doesn't come, nor will it ever.
She's gone. And they're... This,
Okie doke, let's go for something else. Are there any other routes that I can get to from the chapter 2? Is it worth going back to the adversary? Or should I be going back to chapter 1 at this point? Not anymore. Okie doke. That's very good information, thank you.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine the blade.
I just realised. I can't turn around here, can I? And leave. Okay, I guess I just need to go to any chapter 2 then?
You take the blade from the...
I've forgotten the name of it, but there obviously is that chapter that you get to if you try to leave.
Her
Yeah,
voice.
instead of going to the
Who's
cabin
there?
in the
She
woods, I mean.
sounds... Good. She's focused on...
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
You step...
Oh, I'm so.
She's on... You lunge. You feel...
This is it. Do you?
It's like... Yeah, but it is... Yes. With you, why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill... But that day... You open the cabin... What? I'm so glad... This is... Psst. Really? More please than event...
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
This is new. There's no going back now. Past the point of no return. Okay, maybe I'm not happy, and I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Good. Because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
If you ever wanted to get to the Fury from the Adversary, you'll need another playthrough.
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Is the Fury the corrupted version of her, which you can also get to via the tower?
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it.
It'll have different endings. Interesting.
Don't you dare.
Anything to get out of here.
Thank you. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
He's taking this
Pick up the
remarkably
blade,
well,
stab yourself, and you die.
given that he's under the impression a world's going to end because of it.
The end. Nice knowing you.
The Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods.
We've done the Spectre, haven't we? Adversary, Tower, Spectre. Yes. By the way, a mouse died in my room a few days ago when I was away for a week. Oh, goodness. That's not ideal. I take it this was just a wild mouse that got into your house. This isn't this wasn't a pet. Yeah, I've done the Spectre. Yeah, if I go back to memories, where is it? There's the Spectre. The remains of violence, free from hesitation. Although somehow I have no scenes for Spectre, I'm not quite sure how that's possible. How have I managed that? How have I managed to end up with the Spectre, but not have anything? Because you probably did it in your very first playthrough before Pristine Cut. That is... I know that when I loaded up Pristine Cut for the first time, these were all blacked out. It didn't... they were all in silhouette, I should say. None of these were filled in. Maybe Stray Blaze is right. Maybe I get Spectre just for turning up here.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
You did the grey. Yeah, I did. Didn't I? Yeah, I'm sure I did. The grey. Is this some sort of... Is it possible that I did the grey but not the Spectre, but doing the grey unlocks the Spectre or something? In terms of the memories. Okay, so then is it the case that I got the Spectre because I started this chapter? Yes, I know they're separate princesses. I'm just trying to figure out how this happened. Specifically, I'm trying to figure out how I ended up with the Spectre in the memories, but no scenes. Seems odd. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
It must count from the moment you get the title card. Yeah, that must be it.
She won't be a problem.
Ooh, Voice of the Cold. One of my more favourite voices. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odour of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Right. So take the blade or don't take the blade. Let's try not taking the blade.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air.
That's not good.
The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Only probably.
The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead.
Good work, team.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin.
Ah, good. She doesn't seem too unhappy.
And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
There are two chains. There's one chain there, which just ends in midair, and there's another one there. Well, excluding that one, I mean. There's two versions of the chain on her right wrist.
Ghost! Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
A good question.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, you can talk.
Hiya, Keller.
Hello.
I was hoping to see you again.
Well, here I
had
am.
some issues with how our last meeting went.
Yes? I'm keen for feedback.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
Oh, that's nice.
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
Ooh.
So she has a body, and she's right there. We could probably grab her and kill her again, if we wanted to. We don't even need a blade. She looks fragile enough to me.
I suspect she's not entirely corporeal, given that she came up through the floor. Well, I mean, it would be a shame not to save here, wouldn't it? Wait and see how things play out.
I see you don't have that annoying knife anymore.
Indeed.
So, does that mean you regret what you've done? Are you here to apologize and make nice? Beg for absolution, maybe?
That's an idea.
Because I might be interested in seeing a little begging.
I killed you. What are you doing not being dead? Or do you know why you came back? Or stop playing the victim. You threatened me last time. Or I'm sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done that. Or do you want me to die? Do you want me to kill myself? To satisfy some sort of sick revenge fantasy? Because I already did that and it wouldn't be hard to do it again. Or I'm sorry if there was any way. I'm sorry. Is there any way I could make it up to you? Or the people who wanted you dead tricked me and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's team up. What do you want from me? Or if I knew I'd wind up having to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. Or I died too and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different? Or you're dead, or at least mostly dead. What can you even do to hurt me? Or after I killed you, this cabin, I want to say it teleported? It wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped meaning anything and I had to kill myself to escape. Or I guess I should tell you why I was sent to kill you. You were going to end the world. Or I was told you were going to end the world. Or, okay, clearly slaying you isn't going to work. What do you want? Or, okay team, I'm out of ideas. Thoughts? Or, if you're dead, then there really isn't much for me to do, is there? Guess I'll get going. Leave her in the basement. Or, right, I don't think there's much more for us to talk about. I'm going to get my blade, and then the two of us can fight, retrieve the blade, or grab the princess. The people who wanted you dead tricked me, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's team up.
Okay. I didn't want to be open to the idea, but there's no denying it now. You've clearly been here before. Oh.
She seems surprised.
Tipped you off. Was it the corpse? Doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that nobody tricked you. I've done nothing but give you wholly accurate information, and I'm sure whatever version of me you met in whatever other world you came from gave you accurate information as well.
The enemy of my enemy.
Indeed.
The princess circles you again, her icy fingertips trailing up your spine, sending shivers rippling across your flesh.
Is she searching for the narrator?
I don't want enemies. I don't want to fight. I just want to go home.
Oh.
Is that really so much to ask?
And just where is home, I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here. But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away. Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
How specific. And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
Is there any way I can help you get home? Do you need me to bury those bones? What other choices do I have? Guess I'll go with that one. Is there any way I can help you get home? Do you need me to bury those bones?
No. Those bones are just a body. They aren't me. Bury them. Smash them. It won't do a thing. But you can help me. This place won't let me leave. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
I do like the way they've done her voice. I think they've had the voice actress say each line twice, and then whilst whispering, and then they've superimposed them.
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything will be fine. Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things. It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
Wasn't expecting you to say that, voice of the cold.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you own me.
Oh, blimey. I wish you hadn't done that.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us?
Oh, I see.
She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly.
Would be interesting.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
So my choices are, what if I say no, or this should just be temporary, right? You'll leave once we're out of the cabin, or if I let you in, do I still get to be in control? Or before I agree to anything, we need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told you'd end the world, or sounds great, do it. Let the princess possess you. The answer's no. I need to think on this. Sounds great, do it.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
Hunger for a corporeal body.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
You're welcome.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
Yep, see you soon. Please don't do that.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
That's a weird
It's
noise.
too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body.
Ah, so this is why you said we wouldn't like it.
You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Her voice has changed, there's only one.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Yep.
So, it doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor, are they also supposed to be you?
Shards of broken glass? Sorry?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass, I'm
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
a voice? I'm me is what I am. Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
This is a very interesting route, I have to say.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too. I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
Not always.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
Interesting, interesting.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
That's very interesting.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she's nowhere to be seen.
So, like me because she's a ghost right now, or like me because the princess and the narrator are somehow similar in substance in some other sense?
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
Aww.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
Interesting, interesting. More choices. Leave the basement.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
Look at what a jaunty angle it's at.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world? It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world.
Interesting points.
Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
Good point.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn? Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door. For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Unlikely, but that's very optimistic.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able. It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate. And whine. This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
Trudge forward, or take the blade. Interesting, interesting. Trudge forward.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
Good.
You lift
That's
your
progress.
shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will.
This is the narrator manipulating things to not let her get out.
Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
Open the door.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see... yes?
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose.
What makes you assume it was us, though?
But what about us?
Why do you have
just
it coming?
Stuck here in nowhere forever. Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world? We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
Interesting. Pick up a passenger and take her to her destination, hitchhiker. You feel a lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you.
You actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, killer.
You're welcome.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I meant to be.
She's gone, is that? This
Right, let's explore some of the other choices we had. What if I had taken the blade?
You reach forward and mindlessly take the blade from the table. What do you plan to do with it?
Slay the princess.
Isn't that an interesting idea?
It is.
I hadn't even considered it as an option. Slaying her would slay you. Are you sure you're willing to do that? Of course we're sure. The decision has already been made. All right then. Better this than ferrying her out of here.
After all that, you're really just going to stab me again?
She may be able to stop us.
Hear that? She's scared. No point wasting more time. Do it. You lift the blade, then plunge it deep into your guts. Pain spreads quickly through your torso as you attempt to turn its edge up towards your heart.
As you attempt, she's going to stop us.
The princess, her spirit bound to your prison of flesh as she had once been bound to the basement's prison of stone, cries out in agony as you slice through organ and muscle.
I don't want to die in you. I thought you finally understood me, but instead you just wanted to hurt me again.
Your skin roils and
Ow.
knocks as she violently pushes against it from the inside. Bits of her seep through, white and glowing with ethereal light, but still the walls of your prison hold.
Are we holding her in here? Interesting.
If only I could drag you with me and make you understand. But that's not the way things get to go for me, is it?
It would certainly be interesting. Though being dead does sound dark. And you are about to be dead. Again.
Some of these fingers are at interesting angles. Fingers and thumbs.
Get away from me, you cold little freak.
Take on a spirit and destroy it the only way you can. The Exorcist. You feel a dull tear, like strips of meat being delicately peeled from bone. But it doesn't matter how delicate the hands if you are the meat. You've been stripped away from yourself, or stripped away from something that used to be you, or stripped away from something that used to be important. At the very least, you've been stripped away from something. It always hurts to forget at first, but then you forget the pain.
We're so close to leaving and now look at you. Look at me. Is this what you wanted?
The words come from both inside and outside of your head. Before you on the ground is a writhing mass of flesh and scales and feathers. Is that me? Is that what I look like? Or this isn't what I wanted to do? Or do you mean to take... Did you mean to take me with you? Or can anyone hear me? Or say nothing? Did you mean to take me with you?
Oh, you're here. I thought I was going to be alone again.
No.
I didn't mean to bring you with me. I'm happy I only seem to have brought you. That's not nice of me to say. They weren't all bad, but they were definitely mostly bad. Maybe this means things between us can get better. Maybe everything that went wrong just came from them. I hope. Because I really wouldn't like to be stabbed a third time.
Gurgling liquid bubbles up from open pockets in the disintegrating mass in front of you. It is trying to speak, but it no longer has the tissue that speech requires.
If we need to leave together to get out, this could still count. We have to try before your body stops being alive.
If I'm not in there, who was trying to speak? But what about the body? What about me? Or, agreed, let's go. If you leave the cabin, the world ends. I'm not going to be party to the end of everything. Or, no, we're staying right here until we figure this out. Or, sorry I stabbed us. Or, say nothing. Agreed, let's go.
Okay. Yeah. Deep breath, princess. Let's go.
You hurtle towards the cabin door, but time seems to slow down the closer you get. In a moment you're halfway there, and in 2 moments you're halfway there again, halving the distance until the door feels almost within reach. That's like Zeno's arrow, isn't it?
We're not gonna make it, are we? We're gonna be stuck again.
You're seated in a room that is empty. A chain digs into your wrist, binding one arm to the wall. It is quiet and you're alone. This is what you deserve. 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 This is what you.
Are you still there? Am I alone again?
Interesting. So it reset, but we're here. So what happened to our body? Did that reset, but we're not in it? Does someone else have control over it? I'm still here. Let's save here. This is an interesting place to be. You're not mad at me, are you? Sorry, Esteptas. How are we supposed to get out of here? Or if we're both here, then what happened to the others? Or are we still a ghost? Or what are we supposed to do? Just wait for something to happen? Wait or say nothing? I'm still here.
Then at least I won't be lonely. It's nice to hear your voice. I mean, think your voice?
You're not mad at me, are you?
I don't know why you did what you did, but it's hard to be mad when you're just as stuck as I am.
You're different. Your whole mood is different.
I'm just trying to make the best of things. You could always make the best of things too, if you want. We both have a chance to start over. Besides, there's something about you being in here with me that feels right. I never wanted to be your enemy.
Oh, because we were once originally the same being. Let it go, just like she has. Oh, that may have actually been an interesting option. Okay, let's find out what would have happened if I had said that.
Then at least... I'm just aside.
I killed you though, and I tried killing you again.
I don't know what to say. I just feel fine right now. I think things happen for a reason. And if you trying to kill both of us is what it takes for you to finally see what I see, then I'm okay with that.
Sorry I stabbed us.
That's okay. I'm sure you had your reasons. I don't think it's good to hold on to the past like that anyways. It's better if we choose to move forward together.
How are we supposed to get out of here?
I wish I knew, but I think we're probably stuck here until something happens.
If we're both here, then what happened to the others?
I don't know. I hope they're okay. Some of them, at least. I didn't like the one that kept bossing you around, and that quiet one kinda gave me the creeps.
So this is the path I got an accident while trying to get a different one the day the Pristine Cut released. I see.
I liked that last one though. He was nice. I hope he's okay.
So this is a new one then. Oh, he's still a ghost. Your gaze turns to your hand, solid, then translucent, then solid again.
Maybe? It's like sometimes we are and sometimes we aren't. Like we're something in between ghost and not ghost.
Oh, wonderful. I guess that makes us very unique. What are we supposed to do? Just wait for something to happen?
Well, that's what I've always done.
There has to be something for us to do other than wait.
I already told you I don't have any ideas. I did tell you that, right? Sorry if I didn't.
What happened to us? What happened to everything? Now that I think about it, both times I've been here, nothing happened until after I saw a title card. We haven't seen a title card yet.
You've gotten title cards? What did they say?
The first one I got said Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess. And then after we both died, I got Chapter 2, The Spectre.
Well, the first one is sweet.
Aha, get your laughs out. Or, I'm still a hero. I've been trying to save the world. You know, a villain to one person might be a hero to others.
Well, maybe you're just misguided. And the story's not over yet. We might still find a happy ending. But I think it's time we start a new chapter. How about
Yes?
Chapter 3, The Princess and the Dragon?
I beg your pardon? Ooh, reversing the order, I like it. Casting yourself as the main character, I see. Very humble. Or The Princess and the Dragon? I thought I was maybe some sort of bird. Or wait, am I a dragon? Yes! Or, I don't actually know what I look like. Is that accurate? Or say nothing? Casting yourself as the main character, I see. Very humble.
I don't think princesses are supposed to be humble. I'm royalty, aren't I?
That's the point. The click of a latch and creaking hinges muffled. Something is here.
I guess you made it back here.
Your gaze turns back to your hands. They flicker once
We're
again.
still all wrong. It's like you don't really know what we're supposed to be.
A thump on the floorboards above, and then another. The scraping of metal against the surface. The flickering in your body stops. You are solid.
I know that sound. That's the knife. I guess it's hard to do anything without it.
I like the half princess better than the gentle one in this route. Oh, so I could have had either. Creaking hinges once again, but this time clear, closer. Hello? Hey, listen to me. I'm stuck in the princess's head. You've got to get me out of here. Am I going to say anything? So, what do I look like? Or say nothing? Say nothing. Silence.
Silence.
Oh, something's here. Movement on the stairs.
Thump. Thump. Thump.
Oh, we actually get to see ourselves for once. Oh my goodness. And then a figure emerges, shrouded in a feathered darkness, the world trailing behind it, its shiny blade gleaming against the wooden walls. It stares at you with wild, hollow eyes. To be honest, I haven't seen the harsh one yet, but the gentle one is a bit too sweet, in my opinion. What am I? Or hello? Hey, listen to me. Well, we've read that one. Quick, tell me I'm in here. Or don't let them know I'm here. Or what do you want to do? Say nothing. What am I?
You're you? You've always looked like this. You're scary sometimes, but looks only matter so much.
What do you want to do?
I guess we'll just have to talk to them.
So, here we are again. I'm back in chains and you have your knife. So, what are we going to do?
The head on the figure cocks to the side. Is it inquisitive, suspicious, hostile? Its emotions are unreadable.
I guess we could just stare at each other?
The silence holds. Am I arguing with myself in there? Has that always happened in real time?
Is that why you're always quietly staring?
I can't hear what's going on in there anymore now that I'm back in my own body. Do you want to share your thoughts? It'd only be polite, really.
Oh, you would like to hear what we're thinking, wouldn't you?
Is that the voice of the hero? Did he inherit the body? He raises the blade above his head, dangling it by the handle in front of his eyes.
But I think we hold the power right now.
Silence as the figure continues to stare with a wild grin, but does not act.
How dull. We've already had our discussions in private. I'd rather not keep listening to the rest of you run in circles, repeating the same arguments again and again and again. It was so much more interesting when we had someone to mediate.
Oh, I see, they all did.
I'm sorry, did you just share privileged information with the enemy? Well, it isn't privileged anymore, now is it? Do we really need all this secrecy? No, we don't. Yes we do. Sidebar everyone, now. Chop chop.
Wait, what are the voices? That's the voice of the hero. There's voice of the cold, there's the narrator, was there one more? Silence as the mind in front of you falls back into itself. There is no response.
Excuse me? They're
Nothing.
not listening to me.
I think you'll have to make them listen. Try being assertive.
You're right. No more nice princess for them. I'm going to speak my mind. Hello? I'm
Silence.
trying to say something. Hey, I said I'm talking now. Will you listen to me?
So you are, and very loudly. Do you have something to say?
Oops. I mean, yeah. I already know about all that privileged information because he's in here with me.
Oh. So now she's giving away privileged information.
Oh, how very interesting. Yeah, that changes things, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Oh, it changes things, all right. We get to take out 2 birds with 1 stone.
Which one are you? Which one are you? You're not voice of the hero, are you? You're not voice of the stubborn.
Wait, what?
From what I remember, it's pretty easy to kill you the first time around. And this time you're back to being very... what's the word? Fleshy? Yes, exactly. That's precisely the word I was looking for. You're fleshy now. No more of that incorporeality. Trust me, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think it would be easy.
Oh, which one are you? Voice of the opportunist, maybe?
And are you doing this?
Oh, I most definitely am.
You feel small as the monster in front of you attacks, blade raised with wings spreading.
Before anything happens, I just wanted to let you all know that we are not all on board with this. Now, we voted. It was not a majority decision. But we did have a plurality. He shouldn't count. Says who? Says me. He's not one of us. He's been here since the beginning. The old chum really deserves to say. Besides, you'll all thank us when this is finally over and we are officially on top. But enough chatter.
Technically, it was a different incarnation of him that was there from the beginning.
Oh, so you finally decided to do something, have you?
Silence for just a moment as cold eyes regard you. And then silence still as soft eyes hesitate. Ow! You can feel the sharp sting of cold metal sliding deep into your chest, but you can feel something else too. Fear as your legs wobble and then as...
Princess collapses against the wall. See? That was easy.
Oh, we're back.
It was too easy. Don't feel bad.
It was the
Life
opportunist.
is all about taking the easy wins. You don't think the people at the top got there because they worked for it, do you? I mean, of course they did. Hard work is important. Yeah, hard work often goes unappreciated. Why bother? Yeah, screw hard work. I guarantee you that anyone who's anyone has done nothing but take shortcuts. Am I supposed to find that impressive? Of course you are. I got us here, didn't I? Yes, everyone's very impressed with your accomplishments. But in case you haven't noticed, she isn't dead yet. So how about you finish this before you start celebrating yourself?
What are you waiting for? You won, didn't you? Not that it's hard executing a helpless captive.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Or, oh hey, I'm back in my body. Or, good to be back, boys. Finish the job. Or drop the blade, or turn around and leave. Well, I mean, I think we have to save here, don't we? Good to be back, boys.
Oh, you're different. You're back, just as I intended. I was never cut out for leadership, really.
So you took over.
I guess we're really seeing this through then.
At least, if only by social influence, if nothing else.
You certainly are. Blade raised, you leap towards the princess with killing intent.
That's you in there again, isn't it? I didn't think you'd want to kill me anymore. Not after everything we've been through together.
I'm sorry, I don't actually, but the option was too funny.
But you ignore her words, and as the blade sinks into soft tissue,
You're torn between two places.
Come back to me!
Ah. Your power and your weakness, your hope and your despair, your acceptance and your rejection. You're the canvas and you are the painter. You're the victim and you are the victimizer. You are life and you are death, the hero and the princess and the dragon.
don't let us die here.
You slam the door in your own face.
Don't let everything die here. You have to end this.
His words are empty, hollow echoes, the ravings of a ghost.
Please.
He is already gone. The threads all tied themselves together into a loop that does not end.
We're back together again.
So it would seem. You look at your hands, tattered and stained in memories.
Maybe. Why were we fighting each other?
I don't know.
We needed something to do.
Oh no, the hands are going to come for us now, aren't they?
Then I guess we need something to do again.
To new beginnings.
I didn't think being together would feel so cold. It shouldn't feel like this. It didn't before.
Yep. Oh, it separated us. Your peace does not last, nor can it ever. It's time to leave. Memory
gone.
returns.
Where
The
did she
Princess
go?
and the Dragon, and the Princess
Should
and
we
the Dragon,
try
and the
and find- is
Princess
that
and the
a-
Dragon.
This-
That was a very interesting path. Oh no, I am so sorry. Are you okay?
Oh, you're different. You're back, just as I intended. I was never cut out for leadership, really.
That's you in that body again, isn't it? I thought it felt a little empty in here. I'm hurt, but I'll live. If you'll let me. Will you? Or are you still going to kill me?
Yeah, sorry about that. Finish the job. I'm obviously not going to kill you.
Then the only thing left to do is cut me out of here. You should give the knife to me, though. What if you using it kicks you out of your body again?
That's a point.
Okay, listen. I know you're in charge again, but this is obviously a trick. We can't trust her. We literally just stabbed her.
You have a point, but
Someone's gonna have to take a leap of faith eventually.
give her the blade.
You hand the blade to the princess, who gingerly cuts herself free from her bindings. You maniac.
Right, so she hasn't used the blade on us yet.
Then what happens? Then, as her chains clatter to the floor, she turns her back on you and hurls the blade through the basement window, never to be seen again. No, 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 no. You need the blade to deal with her.
I'm so glad that's behind us. Come on, let's get out of here.
I just noticed this is a scar, isn't it? She has a scar from being stabbed in the heart.
She reaches forward and takes your hand in hers before excitedly pulling you towards the basement stairs.
Oh, this is a happy ending.
Yeah? And what does it feel like? Is it nice? Why do you want to know? You can tell a lot of things about someone from their handshake. I want to know more about the person we decided unanimously to throw our lot in with.
Unanimously.
Ugh, whatever. It's delicate and tender. Ah, so even through everything, she hasn't forgotten what it's like to have a heart. That'll do. The two of you rush up the basement stairs together. Ugh.
Shame about the hand.
welcome back, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we all missed you so very much. I missed you the most. You weren't even here until he was gone.
That's a good point.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. If you step through that door, you're damning every single person alive. You do realise that, yes? Who cares?
One last door, and then we're free. I'm down a hand, so you'll have to be the one to open it.
Step into your freedom.
You twist the doorknob in your hand and step forward into the world you've damned. You and the princess fall to the ground, exhausted. I hope this all comes back to bite you, do you hear? I hope you're forced to feel the weight of all the regret there's ever been.
Oh, goodness. But he doesn't finish his thought before disappearing entirely, and you find yourself free of any of the regrets he wished upon you.
I didn't think I'd ever get to be happy, but I think I am. I just didn't realize that being happy would feel so cold.
Your peace does not last, nor can it ever. It's time to leave. Memory
gone.
returns.
Where does she
What
go?
once was
Should we
one,
try
then
and
was
find
two.
her?
Share a quiet moment after really getting to know. I assume that said the princess. Drop the blade.
Are you... The blade tumbles uselessly from your hands and clatters to the floor. You're different, aren't you? You're back! Just as I intended! I was never cut out for leadership, really.
Oh, it's you in there now, isn't it? I thought it got a little quiet. What happens now?
Good question. I don't know.
Well, what if we try again, only we do it right this time? We can leave together, and we can even do it in two separate bodies.
Absolutely not. I don't think there's much you can do about it if that's the choice he makes. But no, I think I'd like to see what happens.
Okay, I'd like that. But we still have to get me out of these chains. I know that dropping the knife was like this big symbolic gesture for you, but we still need it, just for a minute. You should give it to me, though. What if you using it kicks you out of your body again?
Okay, listen. I know you're in charge again, but this is obviously a trick. We can't trust her. We literally just stabbed her. Someone's gonna have to take a leap of faith eventually.
Cut her free on your own.
You go to cut the princess from her bindings, and as the blade slices into her wrist,
Yes? You're pulled back across the threshold. This is the same. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I felt that. You're back.
Menace permeates the hollow eyes in front of you.
Oh no, you're back.
sorry, girlie, but we're seeing this through.
The monster in front of you pulls the blade back and drives it into your heart. That's suboptimal. You're torn between two places.
Don't leave me.
Oh, we've seen this before.
Don't, please.
We're back to...
Maybe we...
Then I guess I didn't think being together would...
There isn't much else now. Okie doke, let's go back a bit further. Load. Which one was this? When you can... What you can do is getting the Harsh Princess by trying to slash her before letting her possess you. Oh, I see. Which choice was this? Oh, I can't think straight. There's too much noise.
It's okay. We're almost out of here. Just take it one step at a time, and everything will be fine.
Everything won't be fine if you listen to her. One way or another, this is all going to end. Wouldn't it be nice if he ends with it?
Not very nice.
Wouldn't that be nice? There's only one way to find out.
Okay, so that wasn't a meaningful choice. You need the blade before going down. Okie doke, we can do that.
Oh, she. The blade. It feels like.
Take the blade.
You take the room. I guess. Okay, it's just before you have a chance to and fight.
Oh.
The princess drifts. Her tongues.
Slay the princess.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade.
Won't grabbing her work as well? Not sure.
It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused. But I didn't say you could touch me.
Well,
Why are
equally, you
even
touched
here?
us without getting
Just making
consent.
sure you finish the job, or what?
I could leave her in the basement. Slay the princess harder.
You swing at the princess once more, and once more your blade cuts through nothing as she disappears.
Really?
Her voice chides from elsewhere in the room. You whirl around, finding her hovering between you and the basement stairs, looking you over with grim disappointment.
I don't think she's happy.
She draws in close.
I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer. I was willing to ignore everything you did to me so we could get out of here. Together. All I ever wanted was to leave this place. All I ever wanted was to find a way back home.
She'll kill you now, and she'll also do that if you try to leave.
Wherever home is.
Her eyes turn from wells of sorrow to pits of wrath as she stares into you.
Or anchor her in some way, like desecrating her remains. But she also said we could do what we like with her remains at one point.
I guess violence is the only language you speak.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens. Are you sure about that? Something should have happened.
Yeah, she says that.
And yet it didn't. We're fine.
Did you miss? I'm not afraid of you. Stare at her in silence. Step away. Did you miss?
No.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. A horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
Interesting, interesting. Die.
But you don't swing your weapon. Your body comes to a juddering halt as she rips her hand from your chest. In her clenched fist is your still beating heart.
Heart Ripper, there are worse fates to suffer than a broken heart.
But that's ours.
See you soon, killer.
She crushes it.
See you soon.
Blood and ruined vascular tissue leaking from between her fingers, dribbling unceremoniously to the floor. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Wraith. Have I met the Wraith before?
You're on a path in the wood, and here we go again. Off to slay her again.
I don't think I have.
The deck's stacked, isn't it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it. Come on, let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer. Yeah. And what if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start? That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work.
But you can get her from the nightmare too, I see.
I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be, seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them. Okay, so you've already been here. Twice, even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess. Well, we didn't have to start over. We killed ourselves. And why, pray tell, did you do that?
We were bored.
Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us.
But you weren't there. How did you know? You seem to have access to memories from before you were with us. Which is interesting, because then when the opportunist said that they missed us most, that is possible if they had access to all the previous memories, even if they had never met us.
That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending. The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void, and then you told us we were happy. Well, were you happy? Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful. Yes, and then she killed us. Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seems to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish. All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
The narrator won't like that. Also, it's interesting that Voice of the Cold experiences boredom. Right, we need to save her. And why should we help you? All you're going to do is lock us away forever again, or... Are you the same narrator we met on the other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before, or... We've killed her, and been killed by her, and neither of those things has gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop forever, eventually we're going to let her out. We might as well do it now. Or what happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another option. Or proceed to the cabin, or there's something else we haven't tried. Turn around and leave. Proceed to the cabin. Actually, before I do that, how are we doing for the memories? Pretty good. Incidentally, does the dragon get added? Or is it just a scene within the Spectre? Oh yeah, Princess and the Dragon. To excise another is to excise oneself. And we've already got the Wraith added, so unfortunately I have just discovered what she looks like. But there's 3 more. You can't know someone you've never met. Free a gentle captive. Or you don't need the world for your happy ending. That's probably what happens if we just free her outright, I would assume. Which admittedly I haven't done. You can't know someone you've never met. I guess that's turning around and not going into the cabin. You don't need the world for your happy ending. Don't know what that is. Proceed to the cabin.
You continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do.
Oh, I love this aesthetic. It's so spoopy.
The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free.
Not in black and white, but I could almost imagine something like this in like one of those Scooby-Doo specials, you know, like the movies they used to make.
Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care.
To be fair, this is probably a little more intricate than that.
It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Are you trying to use reverse psychology on me, or have you just given up?
There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue. Would you look at that? We won.
One.
Take it however you will.
Enter the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange.
No pristine blade. He can't see the mirror.
What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
To limit our options, presumably. So that the developer doesn't have to keep branching.
Great. Something else has been taken away from us.
Or rather create content for multiple branches.
I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Approach the mirror. I quite like that dialogue, actually. Let's pretend there is a mirror at the end of this hallway and that right now we can't see behind it. What's there? What's behind it?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement. The way to the basement? Don't you mean door? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening. What are the odds she's waiting for us right behind it? If I were running a bullshit factory, it's what I'd do. Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement. He can't see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here? Nobody is calling the shots. That's how reality works.
Approach the mirror.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward, towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched. We've always been watched. You're watching us right now. Sometimes the feeling is just stronger than others. I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation, we just need this to be over. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Wipe the mirror clean.
Here we go. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening. Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Oh, good. You'll be sympathetic then.
Shit. Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then it, she, the princess, constricts.
Constricts? That's not a good verb.
Your bones
For us.
snap. Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them.
Music's good. Very atmospheric.
You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
Oh, wonderful.
But do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right. I thought maybe you'd seen what you've done and feel remorseful. Maybe try to make it up to me. But no, you'd rather use that knife to keep making the same mistake over and over and over. So, Here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
Difficult to do if all the bones are broken.
And you get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
I say we let her do it. It's something different. Do we even have a choice? You always have a choice. Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time. Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade? Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
So, look, we're even now. I killed you and then you killed me. Water under the bridge, right? Or, I never wanted to hurt you. I don't even know how I got here. Or, I'm a victim in all of this too, you know? Or, wouldn't possessing me against my will make you no better than me? You don't have to be evil. You don't have to do this. Or, do you need to take my body? Can't I just open the door for you? That's fine. I actually came here to free you. Or struggle. That's fine. I actually came here to free you.
Great! See you in a jiffy.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too.
I thought you just said we had a choice. I know you seem to be going back on that.
And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here? Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up. Are you seriously trying to blame this on us? Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul.
Oh no, not the membrane of my soul.
You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. So cramped in here, like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out. I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. I'd beg you to resist, but you've already surrendered your will to her, haven't you? Anything to get out of this hellhole. It's a new experience. You should try being possessed sometime. There's nothing else like it.
There's nothing wrong with fixing your mistakes. I'll remember this. But I'll also never forget what you've done.
Your body inches along the corridor, every step more difficult and painful than the last. Your joints stiff and unresponsive, the shattered bones of your ankle grinding ceaselessly,
Ow.
as if they're fragmenting, then reforming, then snapping all over again as you make your way towards the outside world.
That doesn't sound good.
But despite the anguish, it doesn't feel like the exit to the cabin is getting any closer. If anything, it's getting further away.
It doesn't matter how long this hallway is. I will drag this body till it is a piece of meat and feathers. I will be free.
Please, just let her out.
Yes, let me out.
It's pointless, isn't it? I can't stop her without you, and you'd already given up by the time we met. No, screw that. The hallway gets even longer.
You have described me into submission. The door is right there.
Oh, she can alter reality.
It really is, isn't it?
I walk to it. I place your bloody hand on the door.
Why is her hand bloody?
I made you twist the handle.
Isn't saying all of this his job?
It's gone.
Oh. Good?
Oh, he really is, isn't he? I had a feeling you could deal with him for us.
I did nothing. He dealt with himself.
This is it then. The big moment.
That's a bit macabre.
I just hope it's a way out.
The candle clicks as we push forward. The air is different here.
When taking against your will, witness your enemy's freedom. As you step outside the bounds of the cabin, you feel another violent tear, a rending that cuts all the way down to your soul. You are once again separated from everything that had nestled in the deep crevices of your body, from everything that isn't you.
We're us again. How interesting. We actually won, didn't we?
What is happening to me?
And the hands take you.
She's got them.
Are there any other Wraith endings that are worth seeing? Or should I get on with finding the rest of the remaining princesses? I'll assume I should get on with finding the remaining princesses.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty. The blade.
Right, let's not take the blade. And free the princess.
The door to
See
the
where that
basement
leads us.
creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by her voice, soft.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice
I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
It is me, the dragon.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been
Wait, have I made a
waiting for
mistake? Did I
something
need
like
to
this
take the
happen
blade?
Forever.
No, because it said I had to free a gentle captive, didn't it?
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Oh, how do I do it then? I can see that this isn't going to work.
Is someone...
I didn't want preferences, did I? I wanted memories. Free a gentle captive. How? Gentle, I assume, means I don't take the knife. But if I turn around, the door gets locked behind us. It might not be chapter 1, it might be a subsequent chapter. I can get to the prisoner from here, can't I? Go damsel. Damsel, damsel, damsel. Chapter 1. Currently. I probably have a save in damsel. Which one was damsel? Is damsel the same as the prisoner? Oh, I don't have her. Yeah, I would need a knife for the prisoner. I'd need to go back. I haven't seen the damsel in this playthrough. Okay. Well, then that'll be it, won't it? In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the damsel. I don't know that it is, mind you. I'm just trying to... I'm trying to think what would get me to damsel. Third on the right. Sorry, that's the left. You said right. You can't know someone you've never met. Don't take knife, save her. Okay, I'll try. Return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth,
I remember
her teeth
this.
tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Very good, narrator.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Not a lot of blood, though.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Don't take knife, save her. All I can do is not kill her.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
I feel like we've done this before. Maybe I'm wrong.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
I remember her stabbing us. Resist.
The blade.
In my first playthrough, probably.
The
Okay.
blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
Yes, you did that in your very first playthrough. I suppose that must be what I'm remembering then.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
That's quite alright. These things happen.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
We're about to get the smitten, aren't we?
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're just very clumsy. It's not your fault.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
The damsel!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
You almost don't need the memories tab with backseaters like us. Well, it's true to say I probably don't need it, as you say, but that's alright, I don't mind. I obviously have been asking for the help.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Right, so there's a few things we could do from there. Hang on, let me check memories again. Right, we do have damsel now. Oh, there she is. The unquestioning commitment to the other. Let's get the weird ending where we turn around and leave first, and then we'll come back for this.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh, do I need to start a new game to do that? I guess so. Okay, fair enough. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
You can only get the stranger from chapter 1. I didn't well, I was Right, I see. Okay, I didn't realise. What's my earliest save here? Not the May saves. Although I suppose we could use one of those saves. Yeah, I think it probably would be easiest just to do I really not have a save that I could use? Now, I'll tell you what I could do. I could take one of these saves that is right near the end, just before we go back round. And we could do it that way. Like here, I think we would go back round there. Okay, I think we can do it. You can simply start a new game and speedrun princesses. That's true.
If only you knew what you did to us, you villain.
Here's the smitten!
Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love. Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Wrong one. Memories. You can't know someone you've never met. That must be the stranger. You don't need the world for your happy ending. Not sure what that one's gonna be.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade, I think. Hang on, I should save here, shouldn't I? Or did I already have a save for the damsel? I think that's already a save for the damsel, but no harm in making another save. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Absolutely.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge. There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love. Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
Oh, the smitten is not going to like that.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
How could we leave you?
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
She did indeed.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
With the three of us, you mean?
Waiting for you to come back. You've been here before, haven't you?
Indeed.
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. And you can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? Or do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time. Or what happened after I died? Or I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there? Or I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. Or rescue the princess or slay the princess.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Oh, thank you.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
Excellent.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
Well, maybe not with that attitude.
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
A stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Rescue the princess.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? Yes. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't.
You would.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
Things are going wonderfully.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved. Is that a threat? You know what we'll do if you try it. You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
we leave, and then we have our whole lives to figure out what we want to do next.
That sounds perfect.
As the princess takes your hand in hers, you let your blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
Oh, this must be it.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
Presumably this will lead to the last princess then.
You and the
Well,
princess
second to
walk
last.
up the stairs, hand in hand.
Last we can get in this
Ugh,
playthrough.
Look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true
Yeah.
love nonsense. You just met her. Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Is that a meaningful choice? I think we can open it if we try together.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door. Together. Blech. And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
I'm not entirely sure how we did that, unless it was just by believing.
I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs. Her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before you ruin everything. If I'm about to see the end of the world, I'd rather not see it sober.
We've heard that line before tonight, haven't we?
You know, if her walking out that door is really going to end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said. That's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
Let me check the memories again. You don't need the world for your happy ending. Yeah, I think we do need to leave.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? It's the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside. Our happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess. She's gone.
You
Is
don't
that-
get a chance to make that jacket.
This year.
Okay, that didn't work then.
Okay.
Like a padlock. I told you know that's yes.
All we need to be happy is each other. Or if we just stayed here and built a life together.
What a romantic suggestion. You're right. We don't need the world. All we need is each other.
Yes, this must be it.
That's exactly what I just suggested. Was it not romantic when I suggested it?
I thought, This line. I thought when they said we don't need the world, that meant end the world, but no, I see.
Did you suggest that? I wasn't listening. You answered me.
But the door's right there. We can just leave.
Wait. Why would she say that? Was she not wooed by our proclamation of love? We not enough for her?
Oh no, is the smitten having doubts?
She's not wooed by you because staying here and building a life together isn't a solution. It isn't anything. It's a non-answer. It can't be done.
Trust me, it'll be better for both of us if we stay. We can be happy here. We just have to want it.
But we would have to be here forever.
And then we.
I don't know you. This is really what you want, though, isn't it?
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
I guess we could do that.
She doesn't seem happy, does she?
She doesn't seem happy about this. But she can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she?
It is a real head scratcher, isn't it, Smitten?
I don't know. She has a point. She doesn't know us. No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess. If we just say the right things. If we just showed her the contents of our heart. She'd be happy here.
Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Smitten? Because this has taken a very dark turn.
As the voice thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then... What? No, you absolutely do not do that.
Oh, has this been added by the Pristine Cut? I could have just missed this in the first playthrough. I missed plenty of stuff the first playthrough. It is added, I see.
Oh, but I do.
We're not in control anymore.
What? What is he doing? We can't see unless you tell us. Are you sure you want to know? I suppose I can't stall forever.
Oh, that's interesting. Is that suggesting that things happen in the world without us? But it is the narrator that allows us to perceive them.
You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold. And you find it, your fingers curling around your ribs.
Oh no! What are you doing? Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider. And yet, it's done, isn't it?
Oh my goodness. This is the dark side of the Smitten. We've never seen this before. Oh, I remember, I think, the first string when I was doing the Pristine Cut, someone in chat, I've forgotten who it was, I'm sorry, telling me that people aren't such a fan of the Smitten anymore because of some of the new content. This must be it.
It will be soon. You yank violently, your bones cracking with wet pops as you pull yourself apart inch by painful inch. Your exposed heart, framed by jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. The loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room.
It was me, spoiling the route, yes. I don't think this world stops when the narrator isn't narrating. It's more like you're hesitating. In the Dragon Princess, you can see yourself idling a lot. I like the Smitten even more because of this. But it's just that the way that the Smitten was talking, he was suggesting that it's already done. And then I think the narrators... No, it was the hero, voice of the hero, who said... one of them said, but we can't see it until the narrator says something. I like the Smitten even more because of this.
Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
Okay then.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something.
Yes, I am. And this seemed to be the most sensible way to do that. Apparently.
It's beautiful.
Oh! I'm glad you like it.
The princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart, and then everything goes dark and we die.
The voices might not be able to see it, but the voices in control know whenever you're about to make a decision that is in line with their suggestions.
Yes.
Epilogue. Happily ever after.
You're
This
on
is
a
new.
path in the woods. Mate, we're clearly already in the cabin. Excuse me? You're clearly... Oh. Huh. So you are. How do you know about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet. We've been here before. Well, not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time. Now, he's clearly disorientated. I'm sure all this new
Ooh,
info is going
opportunist.
to come as quite a shock to him. Best if we're gentle. Right on cue, here's the new guy. Welcome! Thank you. I'm just happy to be here. Okay, yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would have been here before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from. Meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that, yes? Well, we know that now, thanks to you. We're all so lucky to be stuck with, working with someone so well-informed. You can count on us to do things right from here on out. I'm going to describe the room now. The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High arched windows line the walls, their multicoloured glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light, vaguely illuminating the massive room. This is a house fit for royalty. Before you, there isn't a blade, is there? That's not good.
I don't see one, no. So my choice here, does it matter if the blade's here? We didn't use it last time, and the time before that she used it to kill us, or, hey, where's the voice of the smitten? He was here last time, and it's not like him to be this quiet. That's a very good point. So none of you are going to talk about the mirror, approach the mirror, etc. Let's ask about the smitten.
Yeah, he was a bit of a loud one, wasn't he? Is he okay? We're better off without him, if you ask me. One less opinion we have to contend with. Plus, he's the one who got us into this whole mess.
Is he with her or something?
Is that so? Maybe there is hope for you after all, free from the bad influence of your missing friend.
Does it matter if the blade's here? We didn't use it last time, and the time before that she used it to kill us. Nah, let's, So I actually have two interesting choices here. Probably should have saved before now thinking about it. Never mind. I could approach a mirror or I could turn and leave.
You cross the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. The handle is right there. Do feel free to give it a push as soon as you'd like. There is no door, there's a mirror. No, there isn't. Now this is tricky. My eyes say there's a mirror, but my brain says there isn't one. Look, if you need help, just raise your hand, and I'll guide it where it needs to go.
Reach forward.
You reach forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle.
That was nice of the narrator to help us out there.
It's gone.
Very ornate.
I'm just glad we can all agree on a shared reality. And then you push the door open. Marvellous. We can proceed. It would seem that the stairs
Upstairs.
to the basement don't lead to a basement at all. Rather, they go up. They're draped in fine carpet too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet.
Oh, we're barefooted. I suppose we would be. We've seen our claws a few times, I think.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, that doesn't work here at all. This place is nice. It's fancy, even. I have to say, whatever you did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm. Don't worry about it, boss. You're doing great. I'm not. but I appreciate the encouragement. Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess. No, you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice house doesn't mean she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature. Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
Ooh, dinner.
As much as I desperately want to know what happened last time, we are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge? This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner. Dinner sounds nice.
Dinner does sound nice.
Gotta say, I'm with him on this one, boss. When have nice things ever been a problem? That is the problem. This isn't supposed to be nice, and she's supposed to be a prisoner. I need to stop talking. I need to stop talking. Just go upstairs, okay?
Proceed up the stairs.
This hall, like the one below, is
weird.
grand and beautiful. Torches bathe the room in warm, comforting light, just enough to illuminate the tapestries along every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the centre of the room, the princess seated at its far end.
Is that Spectre the Smitten? And is she trapped here?
Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck.
Interesting.
So that's where it is. And the tip is already pointed right at her heart. Okay, everything is falling back into place. All you have to do is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved. That's easy.
I don't think the Smitten's going to make it that easy if this situation is what I think it is. Interesting portraits.
Yeah, that is easy, isn't it? So, where's the rush?
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
Start being happy together? So they weren't happy together before.
As the words leave her mouth, the torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
Ah, we're both prisoners here. Prisoners of the Smitten, I think.
Isn't that better? It is better, right?
What is this place? Or what are we supposed to do now? Or you mentioned dinner on the stairs. Or excuse me, get up. Certainly push yourself from the seat, slay the princess. I'm guessing if we take any hostile action towards the princess, we end up in battle with the Spectre of the Smitten. You mentioned dinner on the stairs.
Oh, right, dinner. I totally forgotten about it.
Flames burn bright and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
Excellent. I'm happy.
Go ahead and dig in. I'm sure you're hungry.
That I am.
Am I ever? And look at this spread. It's a feast fit for a king. Yeah. And after everything we've been through, we could use a break.
Could get used to this.
More than that, we deserve a break.
Eat.
You begin to feast, and the princess follows suit, her soft smile never fading. The food is more exquisite than you ever could have imagined.
Wonderful.
You sample countless otherworldly dishes, sauces and bread and hearty stews whose tastes dance across your tongue. You tear
wine,
hunks
by the
of
looks
meat
of it.
practically melting from the bone, juicy and tender and bursting with flavours you could scarcely begin to describe. Your cup fills itself again and again with a flowery nectar so sweet it tastes like glimmering jewels.
I'm not sure I'd want to taste glimmering jewels, to be honest. But I'm glad that actually it doesn't say it's nice anywhere, does it? I hope it's nice.
This really is perfect, isn't it? It is the best meal you've ever had.
There we go.
But then it's over. And you're just as hungry as when you began.
Again.
Wasn't that perfect? We should do it again.
Oh my goodness. A woman after my own heart. Yes, again.
The shadow washes across the table, clearing and replating. The feast is once again laid before you. The food is good. Again, you tear into golden crispy flesh, dab at the slurry of aromatic sauces on your plate with thick crusted bread, sip your goblet of sparkling gems. But you have done this already.
Now this seems like a happily ever after ending, not the we're just going to leave you in a cabin in the void for all eternity.
A good meal is still a good meal, and we didn't even have to clear the dishes. I'm happy. And then it's over. And you're just as hungry as when you began.
Well, we all know what that means. Again!
You're still hungry too, right? I know this wasn't as good as it was last time, but we just have to do it again. That's all. It'll be perfect if we just do it again.
Oh, this is a metaphor for relationships, I see.
So the shadow sweeps over the table, clearing the old and laying out the new. And so you do it again. The meat is fine, the bread is fine. You sample the side dishes and they're fine too. You finish your goblet, the liquid within no longer glimmering on your palate, instead leaving your mouth coated in a tacky film. You put it down and it fills again. You do not drink more.
This is going to get worse and worse, isn't it? This isn't the happily ever after I hoped it would be.
Well, food is food, isn't it? Can't always be amazing. What matters is that we don't have to make it. Getting other people to do their hard work always improves the taste. Does it? Because it seems like the taste is getting worse, and we haven't had to so much as lift a finger. Regardless of quality, it's over again, and you're just as hungry as when you began. Again.
No, something was wrong that time. But maybe I was just tasting it wrong. It looks just as good as it did the first time. It shouldn't taste like this.
Again, the shadow replaces your feast, and again you eat. The meat is greasy. The bread is tough, its crust hurting your jaw as you chew. The grey vegetables are barely worth the effort of picking through. You don't even touch the goblet, its sickly sweet aroma utterly unappealing. I'm so tired of eating. Well, it's still free food we didn't have to make, right? Oh, am I kidding? We were eating like kings and now we're eating like pigs. At least you still have the memory of how good it was the first time. Right?
That's an odd thing for the narrator to say.
I'm so tired of this.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters and then goes out entirely.
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
Not a fan of whatever just happened. I don't want to sit in the dark. Losers sit in the dark. I want to sit in a brightly lit, spacious room where we can see our beautiful, queenly wife.
Wait, since when were we married?
As if in response to the dousing of their brother, the other three torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls. Their shadows deepen, dancing angrily across the stone.
They're not happy. So, what just happened? Did you make that torch go out? Or, I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you just said something you wanted to say. Or, it's just a torch, don't worry about it. We still have plenty of light. Or, what is this place? Or, well, we ate. What are we supposed to do now? Or, excuse me, get up. Or suddenly push yourself from your seat or slay the princess. What is this place?
It's our happy ending, just like you asked for. It's everything we're supposed to have ever wanted.
Well, we ate. What are we supposed to do now?
I don't know. Maybe we could play a game. Yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game, its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing, its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
Oh. I'm not sure that necessarily means it's a good game, but, well, away we play.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
Isn't that the same as just making up a game as you go, though?
Great, we don't even have a rule book. That means we can make up as many rules as we want. And we will. Don't worry, I am excellent at cheating. She'll never suspect a thing. I don't think it really matters. This all kind of feels like we're just filling time, you know? What, you don't want to win? To show our prowess in all avenues and accumulate respect? Wow, you would be hopeless without me. Count your lucky stars I'm here. You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant highs of moves well placed, and the tragic lows of miscalculations and careless plays. The warmth of trust and the cool texture of deception. And then, the climax, as she places her final piece.
Are we going to end up playing this game like half a dozen times and each time it gets worse? Mirroring the food. And then she'll probably say something that will cause a torch to go out, and then it'll repeat with something else.
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over. She only made us start over because we were winning. Time passes. You play the game. You win. Boom. And there you have it. What did I tell you? Am I great at games or am I great at games?
Won a game with the help of a manipulative voice.
Oh, you won. I guess we can play again.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
There is a long pause, and the board does not reset.
This isn't fun anymore, is it?
You don't need me to tell you that it isn't. Oh.
That's interesting. Why did you respond to her?
The princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Which one? I see 3 that are still lit.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Yeah. The game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again.
While I agree that it's rare that simple games, genuinely simple games, will be have the sort of depth you would need for them to be extremely entertaining. I'm not sure just adding rules for the sake of it would generally improve a game.
The shadow descends on the board once again. More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew. And so you do. And it is fun again. In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played, and the sputtering torch roars back to life. But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board. More pieces are added. The feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Your pieces advance in an ever-increasing slog to their destination. Winning and losing become nothing but ends, and even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish, till finally...
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
There goes a torch.
As the words leave the princess's mouth, another torch goes out. Again, the remaining flames burn brighter, and the shadow dances faster.
I'm happy. I promise. We're both so happy here. You don't have to be upset.
Who's she speaking to?
This is... awful. Isn't it great that we're all having such a lovely time together? We just have to stay positive and realise how happy we are. Then all of those lights will stay on and keep showing us all the cool stuff we have.
Ah, the voice of the opportunist. The voice of the opportunist has caught on, hasn't he?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we've eaten, we've played games. Now what?
I don't know. But we can't do those other things anymore, can we? Maybe we can just spend time together?
Wonderful idea.
Princess smiles as the two of you wait. Come on, there has to be a way out of this. This can't be the rest of our lives. This... And wait. What's the big deal? It's nice here. We've got a lot of space, all our needs are met. We have the respect of everyone in the room. And wait. This is what we wanted. This is what we asked for. It's good to be on top of the world. And wait.
I can't do this anymore.
Oh no, there goes another torch.
Oh. No.
What? Why does the narrator say that? Does he know what's going on? Or is he just picking up on what seems to be a pattern at this point?
Oh no. The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow dances furiously against the far wall.
Is that what it's supposed to be? Because it doesn't look like her shadow.
There's just one left. What's going to happen when it goes out?
What do you think will happen? Or don't worry about what's going to happen. If you could do anything in the world, what would it be? What would you choose? Or whatever the shadows have been showing us isn't real. We need to see what happens when the lights go out, or we don't have to let it go out. Don't worry about what's going to happen. If you could do anything in the world, what would it be? What would you choose?
I think I'd like to dance under the stars.
That sounds lovely.
But there aren't any stars here. I'd have to leave.
Gives us a goal.
As she says that, the shadow rushes forward and tightens its grip on her wrists.
But
I'm
the
not
torch
happy
got
here.
brighter.
I don't think I ever was.
Okay, that's probably about to go out.
The princess sobs, burying her face in her hands as the final torch blows out.
I feel empty, or so what's that, huh? Oh, sorry, so that's that, huh? Or why are you crying, or are you okay? Or, well, this isn't very good. Or you can open your eyes, I'm still here, you know? Or nothing's changed, we're just sitting in the dark. Or, I'm sorry, I feel like all of this is my fault.
She raises her head, mascara trailing down her cheeks.
Your fault. We were all just trying to make things work here. It just didn't happen that way. I don't think this is the sort of thing anybody needs to apologize for. Even if we both feel empty. Even if an important part of us is gone.
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
Well, we can't sit here forever. That part of us is over.
The princess pushes herself from her chair, and you instinctively do the same, waiting by the top of the stairs as she quietly crosses the room.
Do you still care about me?
That's an interesting question. I suppose given the choices that we've made previously, this incarnation of the character probably did have feelings for her. Of course I do, I don't think it'll ever stop, or whatever we had between us wasn't real, this is real, or I don't know if I ever have, but maybe I can now. Or I'm not sure I've ever had the chance to figure out how I feel about you. I just want to leave since the moment I found myself in the woods, or no, or slay the princess, say nothing. Of course I do, I don't think I'll ever stop.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you to say that. I still care about you, too, so maybe this wasn't all bad. But I don't think this place is for us anymore. I think we need to go.
Offer her your hand.
As the princess steps towards the stairs, you offer her your hand. The corners of her mouth curl into a demure smile, and she gently takes your hand in hers. She's cold, and a little clammy, but her skin against yours is the most real thing you have ever felt.
Aww.
You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world?
A very good point.
He's right, you know. You're giving us some real mixed signals, boss. Yes, well, I've seen my fairy tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world.
Oh, he's realised how bad it is. Why didn't he realise when he was doing it to us, though?
Well, this is less work for us, anyways. Think what you will. I'm done fighting. You and the princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs to the cabin's entrance. And then the two of you step out into the world. I think this is the end of me, even if it's not the end of you. I hope this was worth it. Genuinely, I do.
Aw.
He's really gone, isn't he? No boss anymore? No one left to tell us what to do? I guess we'll have to be our own boss then. About time.
The stars are so beautiful.
Care to dance? A quiet moment passes over you, a comfortable quiet.
I meant it when I said I wanted to dance.
She gently pulls you forward, and the two of you fall into a graceful step. The only rhythm that guides you is the shared thumping of your hearts, beating in perfect unison. Her face, worn and tired, brightens as fast you move, a soft, sad smile widening and widening until it reflects only genuine affection. You send her out in a wide spin, and your arms stretch to their limits, only the tenuous grasp of your hands in hers holding you together. You share a gaze that feels like it lasts forever.
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice, even if it's a little cold outside.
Oh goodness. I meant it. Share a dance with your happy ending.
She's gone. And is that... This here.
Right, because of the time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save there. We're going to go back to the main menu, start a new game, then we're going to grab the stranger, and then we're going to reload the save that I just made, and then we're going to go for an ending.
You're on a path. You're here.
Turn around and leave. Hang on, it can't be the case that you can only turn around and leave in Chapter 1, because I'm sure I did it in Chapter 2 when I first played the game. Didn't I get the spooky ending? The very first playthrough I ever did, like the first loop, when I was brand new to the game, didn't I get the spooky ending and then leave? Yes, you can do that, but only once.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Turning around in Chapter 2 and 3 is different. Oh, I see.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Maybe I've never seen the stranger then.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
The hands come and end the chapter prematurely. Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
You did, it was literally your first playthrough, not counting the nightmare. Quietly continue down the path.
Your silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Is that how Trek spelled? Oh, that's how they spell it in Star Trek, wasn't it?
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Sounds more like the construction to me than the universe. Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again, in fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
And the music gets strange.
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realise that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
Yep, I've definitely seen all this before.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Goodness. The stranger!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
This ought to be interesting. I doubt we'll be going back to this, but I'll make a save anyway. So is that all the princesses? Yep. I won't look at what she looks like.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
And it looks like I don't get the choice to turn around again. Oh, because there's walls. Certainly proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Proceed into the cabin.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors.
Oh,
all
I remember
projected
this.
Across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
This is where we see all the possibilities, isn't it?
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. The blade is your implement.
Sorry, pristine dagger.
You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
You are going to be disappointed when we actually get to the bottom of the basement.
You can't just say that. But when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Enter the basement. I notice we don't have an option to throw the blade away, and I'm not going to assume that taking the blade would provide such an option. That's what the contrarian suggested, picking it up and throwing it out the window.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once.
Oh.
An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Quite unusual.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
If whatever we do we're going to die, then what's the point in turning around and leaving?
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Take the harsh stairs to the left, take the centre staircase, take the soft stairs to the right. Take the centre ones. I was actually going to suggest jumping off the edge, but apparently that's not a thing.
You step onto the centre staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else. And so you take one careful, focused step after another. One foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down. Or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
Interesting.
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
There's that word again, untether.
Physical sensations dull and then
Look at the
vanish,
cursor.
until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
It's the narrator symbol.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
What the hell was that? What happened to us?
Well, a very interesting experience, it would seem.
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it was.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
She hasn't said anything yet, has she? I'm sorry, I didn't realise I was here. Oh, sorry. Now, what's your name?
Princess.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
Wonderful. I remember all this from the first playthrough, so that's why I'm not in the least bit surprised.
We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? Again? Have you been here before?
Yep.
Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew. Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left until... It's hard to describe. Until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Oh, new plan! Let's see if we can make even more of her.
There's more of you now.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago. And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We'd always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement and retrieve the blade all at once.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. Take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride.
Excellent. That's exactly how I like my footfalls.
You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others, they just don't fit.
They just don't fit.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
This is pretty gruesome, but, I mean, amazingly competent art, isn't it?
How surprisingly sincere.
Quite grotesque.
I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Then what's the point in taking actions?
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
It's going to be okay, or I'll do my best, or I don't think you're supposed to be fixed, or no. Or you just destroyed everything, I'm not going to fix you, or say nothing. I'll do my best. That was an interesting swirl. But you didn't know if she had the chance to hear your reply. She's gone, replaced with
She's
something
gone?
else.
Where did she go?
Right, so we have all the princesses now, don't we? We do indeed, so the only thing left to do is finish the game. So let's reload my save from here. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. That isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, then you see it, a figure, faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the centre of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Oh, like the Spectre described the voices as being. Destroy the mirror. Because we've done all this before, so. You don't need answers from the thing that lives in the mirror. You already know what you are. You're the long quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. You already know what you... Oh, I've read that. Proceed to the cabin one last time. An honest heart. Show your happy ending with her. Oh, interesting. I wonder what that was for. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Is this a special ending? No. Here she is.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
She's actually in some ways quite similar to the stranger, isn't she? But, less grotesque. An achievement for finishing the happily ever after route. I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
Is reacting passive?
When the echo spun us from one into two,
That must be the narrator.
it gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
That means you didn't get the achievements for all those previous new routes. Aww.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Slay the princess for the happy ending.
Violence has always been our language, hasn't it? If this is what it takes to save you, then so be it.
A picture of a life, and a picture of a life, and a picture of a life. How deep must repetition still our movements, until even the air we breathe is stale? You doused the flames of false devotion, and in my despair you lifted my chin, and the two of us danced beneath the stars.
Indeed.
But the stars can't be seen unless the flames go out, and the walls come crashing down. Can you not do for all things what you did for us?
Address the vessel's statement directly, appeal to your shared humanity, reject her authority, argue your independence, reject her perspective, remain silent. I've forgotten how this works. Remain silent.
But you say nothing.
So I'm supposed to be slaying.
You are devoured. Pray for something bigger than you that stalks and slinks in shadows. But we had a dance unfinished, and you had questions in need of answers. And in the cold starlight you found them. Fear reflected in the eyes of that which terrified you.
Even the cruelest of monsters are not unworthy of sympathy. Within me, nothing is beyond redemption. Together we dug through hell, and together we found our freedom.
Oh wow, they've got custom dialogue for each. Well, for multiple endings of each chapter. That's interesting. Remain silent.
And so your quietude continues. A web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves. The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. Where did you end and I begin? When you felt what it was to be me, we held on to each other and pierced the veil of truth. Will you abandon that curiosity now that we are no longer joined in physicality?
Remain silent.
Is your unbroken silence a lack of an answer? Or has your understanding begun to move beyond words?
Good question.
There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart. And there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another.
I forgot about that we did that one. I mean, obviously we did it at some point, but this ended up in our canon playthrough.
Like me, and I am the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape a reality of solitude and thrust it on creation?
He doesn't want to 100% it, so it's fine. Maybe he'll go back to it. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame I didn't get those achievements. I wish I had, but I'm not bothered enough to go back and do it.
Still, you hide the contours of your heart from me. Is it a person? Is it their body? Is it all of their body? Pluck the eyes, peel the skin,
Ooh.
strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? A person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that fear it.
Remain silent.
Your stoicism knows no end.
Indeed. As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. You cannot remove something without removing the relations which define it. To
Interesting.
destroy what you perceive as evil is to damn everything you perceive as good.
I'm not sure that's true.
Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Slay that princess. Can I not silently slay the princess? No, apparently not. I have to fight for a better world. I'm so sorry.
Even now you think you can destroy me. If it takes all of eternity to break your delusion, I will still break it.
You don't have to face her alone.
Ooh, voice of the hero. Say nothing.
You'll never be able to strike a decisive blow from out here. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
Why did it begin in her heart?
It's time
Or near
to
her heart.
resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be? Say nothing.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Oh. Very much like The Stranger, except this is going backwards, it's becoming more detailed.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
Take the blade.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not.
Enter the basement. Oh, I just saw out the window.
Do you
All
remember
the
the
different
first time we were
versions of
here?
her.
The first time we heard her voice.
We both know why you're here. You don't have to draw it out for my sake.
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us.
Continue down the stairs.
And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you
Not
are,
bound up.
knife in hand. That sight brings me back. You're going to do it then, aren't you? You're really going to kill me. You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this. Why don't we chat a little before I go?
Slay the princess.
So this is it then. Let's see this through.
So, that's how it is. Whatever world you want to build without me, I hope it works out.
As do I.
Despite our differences, I've always loved you, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you. Under the circumstances, I think it would be a bit inappropriate if I wished you the same, but I thank you for everything. And sorry. You blink and the princess is gone. All you have left of her is a small melancholic weight that sits at the borders of your heart. Why did I kill her? To make the world a better place? Because in theory, this is the good ending, isn't it? This is what leads to the a world eternal with no death, in theory, if the echo is to be believed. Whatever action brought you and the princess into being was rough and jagged and left each of you with a piece of the other. By destroying her once and for all, you have also destroyed a part of yourself. But the world hasn't ended. Things continue on.
She's gone. And I don't think she's coming back.
Leave the cabin. You leave the basement behind. Then the stairs. And then you leave the cabin itself.
It's quiet here.
Yes, the long quiet. The path and the woods outside are an empty canvas. But there is even more to see beyond this place. The fruits of your labour. A world free from death. Set yourself free. In this playthrough we didn't do an ending, I think. No, this is the first time I've done an ending this playthrough. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation. You feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of your cage pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
He's gone. She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
I saw this in his memories. The endings box was empty. Yes, that's correct. Open your heart and bear witness to your new kingdom. All at once, the unyielding tension gives way. And then the shattering. You are free, and before you lies the endless expanse of an absolute reality. A new absolute reality, one forged by your will and by a long and arduous cycle of bloodshed that has stained your hands countless times over. But there will be no more bloodshed in this new world.
It's finally over, isn't it? But all of us are still here.
I knew we'd finally see it through. All it takes to be a winner is grit and determination.
Not sure that's true, but very encouraging words.
We really did win, didn't we? We're the house now. We get to make the rules. This is nice. No more hunting. No more running. Just us. And whatever's out there.
Interesting graphic they chose for a perfect world. It almost looks like a molten planet.
Absolute reality. Who would have thought there was really a world outside of us? And who would have thought we'd actually wind up siding with him?
taken from a particular angle that almost sounds maniacal.
The whispering, and the coercion, and the bickering. Everything horrible about being alive has stopped. I could get used to this.
Oh! Good for you, voice of the paranoid.
That wasn't very hard at all. Speak for yourself.
Well, boys, how does it feel? We're not just on top of the pecking order, we are the pecking order now.
No voice of the smitten yet.
I hope this was all
Oh, here we
worth
go.
it, because I'm personally inconsolable.
Poor smitten.
Lucky for us, you have forever to get over it. Time mends a lot of things. You'll get better. Hear, hear, to our vanquished foe. It's good to be back. Now we just have to figure out what to do with ourselves. Forever. No problem. We can do that, yeah? Yeah. We can do that.
A New and Unending Dawn by Tony Howard Arias and Abby Howard. Goodness! So that's Slay the Princess. Sorry I ended up rushing the end bit, but I could see time was getting on, and I knew there just wasn't enough left to do a whole other stream on it. Yep, so that's the pristine cut. We saw every princess in the end. Not every... We didn't 100% the game, we didn't see every scene that is there, but we saw of a lot of what's there. And there were some very interesting new endings as well. That was jolly good fun. Very much enjoyed that, especially with all the beautiful art and the beautiful music. It's a good game for what it is. What was I thinking? I was thinking upcoming streams. So I'll be streaming again on Monday. That's going to be more Hollow Knight. Friday, I'm not sure actually. I think the next game, I'll probably have to buy it. I don't think I own it. The next game I was thinking of possibly doing, based on viewer recommendations, was... oh, what's it called? I'm curious how many achievements you have now. Well, it looks like I was missing out on some of the achievements, but I'll check for you. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the URL by hitting H. I think that's all the tracks that were played in the game in my playthrough. Ignoring the save, or like in the playthrough that you would get, ignoring all the saving and loading, if you will, like following the exact path in that save file. What was I thinking? Achievements. Let me check for you. Apparently I have 59% of the achievements, 78 out of 131. Elden Ring. That's the one I was thinking of. Do I own Elden Ring? I've got a feeling I don't. No, I don't. But yeah, the next game I'm thinking of trying is Elden Ring, and we would be starting that either next Saturday, if I made it a Saturday game, or I'm actually wondering if maybe I should just, even though I have 3 streams a week, if I start doing Elden Ring alongside Hollow Knight, maybe I should just start alternating games, like... So then there'll be a fortnightly cycle, because it would be like Monday, say Hollow Knight, Friday Elden Ring, Saturday Hollow Knight, then the next Monday would be Elden Ring, then it would be next Friday Hollow Knight, and then Saturday Elden Ring, and so on. I don't know. I could still change my mind about that and what game to play, but there were several people in chat that seemed quite keen to see me have a go at a Souls-like. So that's what I'm leaning towards. Certainly the upcoming streams will be Monday, Friday and Saturday. All from 4 o'clock GMT. And if for any reason that should change, then I'd announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon and Meta Threads. So yeah. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to say. I don't think so. If you have any game suggestions, do let me know, either when I'm live on Twitch or on the Discord server or wherever. So yeah, thank you for joining everyone. I hope you enjoyed it and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night!